Sometimes the road signs lie. A few weeks ago, my wife and I went on a road trip for a family reunion in El Paso, Texas. I am now sitting in the hospital waiting room, desperately wishing we hadn't. "How much longer?" Melanie asked, leaning her seat back and putting her hand into the small of her back in a feeble attempt to find a more comfortable position. "Google says we've got a few more hours to go," I said, glancing quickly at my phone sitting in the cup holder, then putting my eyes back to the road. "Do we need to stop again?" Melanie shifted in her seat a bit, removed her hand from behind her, then sat it back up to its original vertical position. At 7 months pregnant, her options for comfort were quickly dwindling, and none of them involved the front seat of a car. "No, let's just go. If we stop again, I'm not going to want to get back into the car." "Signal lost," my phone's robotic female voice announced. "God damn it," I sighed. The phone had been doing that for the past couple of hours at increasing intervals. There had apparently been an accident or something on the main highway which would have backed us up by at least an hour, according to the all-knowing Google. In order to avoid that, we'd taken a detour that snaked around the accident through the desert on a 2-lane highway. That had been 3 hours ago, maybe more. It was hard to keep track of when it happened because even before the phone had alerted us of the accident, the whole trip had been little more than a palette of browns and greys, broken up only by the regular bathroom break. As I saw it, the New Mexico desert was the skid mark on the underpants of America, and if I never had the pleasure of driving through it again, it would be too soon. The sun had set about an hour ago, not long before the signal started getting more spotty, and the highway hypnosis had really started to get to me. There was nothing but desert on either side of us, and even with the high beams on, the darkness covered us like a thick blanket. "Got any more Red Bull?" I asked. "If we're going to go for a few more hours, I need some wings." Melanie reached into the back seat for a second, grunting with discomfort, then returned with a can of Red Bull. "Last one," she said. "This was sitting on the seat, so the sun warmed it up for you." "Great," I said, taking the can, cracking the seal, and swallowing 3 large gulps. "This will sit well with all the other junk I've been eating for the past 2 days." Without a baby on the way, Mel and I could have driven the stretch between Bozeman and El Paso in 2 days without a problem, but with her being as pregnant as she was, we had to carve out almost double the time, and she was still miserable. I let out a burp that tasted like all the atrocious snacks and truck stop food from that day mixed with the warm energy drink I was layering on top, and solemnly promised myself I would eat nothing but salad and water for the rest of my life. "Turn left here for the Church of Christ." "I thought the Church of Christ was back there," Mel said, reading the dilapidated sign as we passed it. "No, that was the Church of Jesus Christ," I said. "Big difference, apparently." All through the drive, we'd seen a wide variety of local churches, mostly generic, but after passing one called the Church of Liberty over a backdrop of a poorly drawn Confederate flag, we had turned it into a sort of game to see who could find the most outlandish one. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the hum of the engine and the intermittent signal loss notification from my phone. I had looked at the phone earlier when the signal was stronger and saw that we just needed to go to the end of this road, turn right, and we'd find ourselves getting back onto the freeway. So although the intermittent announcement from the cup holder was annoying, I wasn't particularly concerned. That was until we saw a sign that said, "Freeway entrance, left, 1 mile." "I thought you said it was a right at the end of the road," Melanie said, sitting up and grabbing the phone. "That's what it said," I insisted. "I checked it last time we had service like half an hour ago. We had about 60 or so miles to go, and then it was a right." "How sure are you?" she asked, putting the phone back into the cup holder. Because your phone is still saying it has no service, so it's not going to be any help. Pretty damn, I said. Just then we passed another sign. Freeway entrance, left, 0.5 mile. At least I think so. I think we should follow the signs, Mel said. I don't want to get lost out here, and the phone hasn't had consistent service in a while. It could have reset and changed routes or something to have us avoid the highway. Remember last time? I did remember last time. A Vegas trip that ended up being 4 hours longer than it should have been because my phone reset and had us taking frontage roads and city streets. It would have been longer had Mel not thought to check the route on her phone. I was sure that I had seen it was taking us back to the highway, and that the next turn was a right in about 30 minutes or so, given our current speed, but with the evidence to the contrary quickly approaching me in the darkness, illuminated by my headlights, I made the single most critical mistake that I would regret for the rest of my life. I followed the street sign and turned left. Mel leaned back in her seat, embarking again on her quest for a comfortable position, and I continued to stare at the lines in the road as we passed. Time begins to lose meaning when you've been on the road in the dark for as long as we were that night. It could have been hours that we spent speeding straight down the desert road, or it could have been days. With no focal point, it was really up to the clock alone to tell us how long we'd been there, and the clock on the dashboard had inexplicably reset at some point, something it did on occasion for most of the time I'd owned the car. Another bullet for Melanie to fire at me whenever we got into our marital spats. I didn't care, and she really didn't either, but it was another straw to load up on the camel's back nonetheless. My faith in the phone had begun to waver even further, as I was becoming sure even that clock was running slow somehow. We'd go for 5 or 6 miles according to the odometer, and the clock would read only a minute or two had passed. I drained the last bit of Red Bull down my throat, again promising myself nothing but clean eating after this trip was over. Moments later, I felt a dull pressure in my bowels. The last drop of liquid must have been the last straw for my bladder. Mel slept quietly next to me, having finally crashed a while back, and I made the second decision I would come to regret. Although we hadn't seen another car for miles, I flipped my hazard lights on and pulled over to the side of the road. I turned off the car and stepped out of the car and relieved myself, relishing one of the finer points of being a man and having the ability to take a leak in the middle of the road without much fanfare and return to the car. Mel stirred then and asked if we were there yet. Not yet, just a bit further. Had to take a leak. She rolled her eyes and closed them again. I turned the key to start the car back up and heard a sound that sunk my heart into my stomach. Click, 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 click. Oh shit, I said under my breath. Please don't do this. I turned the key again and once more heard the series of clicks telling me that my car didn't have enough power to start back up. Fuck, I sighed, resting my head against the steering wheel in defeat. What's wrong? Mel asked, opening one eye. Battery's dead. What? There was a hint of panic in her voice and she sat back up, totally awake now. But the car was just running. Yeah, it was running off of the alternator. The battery needs just enough power to start, then the car can run off of the power generated by the alternator. All we need is a jump, and we should be able to get the rest of the way as long as we don't turn the car off. But who's going to jump us? Mel asked. When was the last time you saw a car? It's been a while, I admitted. Definitely not since we made that turn back there. Fuck, Mel spat. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Stay here, I said, unbuckling my seatbelt. Where are you going? She asked, the panic in her voice rising. Just up there, I said, pointing down the road. I think I see a sign, maybe 100 yards out there. It might give us an idea of which direction we need to go, or if we need to just wait until the sun comes up. I could tell she didn't like it, but she didn't say anything. I'll keep my flashlight on so you can see where I am. I'll just go there, then straight back. She nodded. Unless I see a Denny's, then you're on your own. She flipped me off, I kissed her cheek, and stepped out into the night. The air was brisk, despite having been downright hot during the day, and I remembered learning in science class as a kid that desert wildlife had to be tough enough to endure not only the heat during the day, but the cold, sometimes freezing temperatures at night as well. I shivered and hugged my arms around my torso and made my way down the road to where I thought I'd seen a road sign. As I approached, I realized it wasn't the kind of sign I was hoping for. It was made of cracked wood that looked just a little better than the sign for the church we'd seen a while back, and on it, painted in white letters, it read, Gompa's Farm, above a crudely drawn arrow pointing down a dirt path to the right. My gaze followed the arrow, and I thought I could see a light far off in the distance. A scream broke through the darkness that turned my blood to ice. Mel, I called, wheeling around and bolting back the way I came. Melanie! I could see the shape of the car in the distance, but it was too far away for my flashlight to do much good. I sprinted down the road, screaming my wife's name in a hot panic. What? Melanie called back, alarmed. I slowed when I heard her voice and held the light up again. She was standing on the passenger side of the car with the door open. I thought I heard you screaming, I said through heaving breaths. She looked around, confused. No? You didn't hear that? I asked. She shook her head. No, I don't think so. I was in the car until I heard you yelling, though. Where did it come from? I don't know, I said, shaking my head and spitting the bitter flavor of adrenaline into the dirt. Maybe it was an animal or something, she suggested. What did the sign say? There's a farmhouse or something about a mile down the road, I think, I explained. It's not exactly ideal, but if I jog it, I could make it in about 10 minutes or so. If anyone's there, all they'd have to do is give me a ride back and help us jump the car. If nobody's there, we'll probably have to wait till morning unless a car happens to pass by. She mulled it over for a moment, then I saw the resolve on her face and I knew what was coming next. I'm going with you then. I didn't like it, but I could tell that arguing wasn't going to get me anywhere but the doghouse, and considering the scream I heard, or thought I heard anyway, I preferred having her close. Fine, I agreed. Grab your jacket though. I'm going to grab mine and a couple of water bottles from the back. A moment later, we were hiking down the road, our silhouettes illuminated intermittently by the orange hazard lights we'd elected to leave on. I doubted the battery would last if those lights were on too long, but if someone was driving past, I would hate for them to miss it. Mel had thought to leave a note on the windshield telling whomever found it that we'd gone to the farmhouse and would be back shortly. If anyone was kind enough to stop, they'd hopefully see the letter and stick around long enough to help. That, or they'd know where to look for us coming back so they could take whatever they wanted out of the car before we returned. There was a cool breeze that played with our hair as we walked. Not uncomfortable, but enough to make me zip my jacket up just a bit more. Mel held the only flashlight we had, and the beam bounced up and down in the darkness like a buoy. The car was barely visible when Mel shrieked so suddenly I nearly tripped on my own foot. What? I asked, suddenly panicked. Look, she said, extending her fingers past the head of the flashlight. What? It's gone now. You didn't see it? No, I was too busy asking myself why I'm hiking with a pregnant banshee. There's something out there, she said, ignoring my jab. Just past that rock, I saw a pair of golden eyes. Probably a coyote, I said, starting to walk again. They're cowards. If we keep walking and talking, nothing should bug us, especially if we stick to the road here. Mel nodded, then caught up to me. How much longer do you think it'll be till we get to the farm? Dunno, I shrugged. 10 or 15 minutes, maybe? Just then, I saw the eyes she was talking about. Out in the distance, next to a large boulder on the side of the road, sat a pair of curious golden eyes. Definitely a coyote, I said, pointing at it. You can see its shape a bit, all fours, low to the ground. It looks like it might be a little bit bigger than the ones I've seen, but there's not much else out here that looks like that. That's probably what I heard earlier too, one of these guys catching a rabbit or something. I wasn't sure I believed it, but it felt good to get some sort of explanation on the record. We kept talking as we walked down the path, closer to the eyes, and when they disappeared, I was a bit disappointed, but not surprised. Part of me wanted to see the coyote up close, but if we got close enough to see it, that probably meant we were close to a den, which is the last place we'd want to find ourselves. We talked about what we'd do when we finally got home, and how soon we'd find ourselves laughing about the whole ordeal, when Mel stopped suddenly in the middle of the road. Shit. What is it now? I asked, looking around for another pair of eyes. I have to pee. No chance you can hold it? I asked, holding back a chuckle at the poor timing. Not unless you can go talk this kid out of using my bladder as a waterbed, she replied, handing me the flashlight. Where should I go? Why not right here? Are you kidding? Not even a little bit, I said. You probably shouldn't wander too far off the trail, and it's not like anyone's around to see you anyway. Hell, if someone showed up and the universe decided now was the time to embarrass you, I still take that over the rest of the walk. Fine, she sighed, pulling her maternity pants down and squatting. As she did her business, I took the opportunity to scan the surroundings with the flashlight. I found a few more pairs of golden eyes on either side of the road, which quickened my pulse just a little. I didn't like being outnumbered, and I liked being surrounded even less. Melanie finished her business, and with some assistance from me to get back up to a vertical position, we were off again, our feet crunching against the dirt as we walked. I thought I heard something then, and this time it was my turn to stop. What? Mel asked. Shush, I said. I started again, then stopped. What is it? Mel whispered. Another scream? Nothing, I lied, picking the pace back up. Thought I heard a car. We walked again in silence, Mel forgetting to keep the conversation going to keep the coyotes back, and me listening too intently to think about topics to discuss. I knew I'd heard something behind us. I hadn't noticed it at first, or maybe it hadn't been there at first, but after we stopped I could make out the faint sound of footsteps on dirt that stopped almost as soon as we did, and picked up, or so I thought, as soon as we had. I'd also heard a strange lapping sound just after we started walking again, like something licking the urine off the dirt road. When the farmhouse came into view, the relief between us was palpable. We had both been too preoccupied with the growing number of eyes on either side of the road that we hadn't noticed the light I'd seen from the road had shut off. It was a small house, but I hadn't expected much more than what it was given the location. If it had 4 walls and a roof, I would have been happy, but from the outside I would have guessed that it had at least a few bedrooms, and behind it stood a structure that looked like it may be a detached garage or large shed of some sort. We approached the house, and I was just about to walk up the wooden porch steps when Melanie grabbed my hand. Hold on. I turned to look at her. Her eyes were wide and the pupils were so dilated from the darkness they were nearly black. What's wrong? Do you think this is a good idea? I rolled my eyes. If it wasn't, you could have said something 20 minutes ago. I know, I mean... She paused for a second. Do you think these people will help us? We're strangers in the middle of nowhere, and it's the middle of the night. I shrugged. I think the worst that can happen is they'll tell us to leave. They'll probably answer the door with a shotgun in hand, but who wouldn't? Melanie nodded, and I saw her throat work up and down in a dry, nervous swallow. I walked up the few steps, the wood creaking beneath my feet, leaving Melanie at the bottom. I held up my fist and rapped 3 times on the storm door. We waited, listening intently for sounds inside the house, but heard nothing. Instead, I heard what sounded like the soft, padded feet of a coyote in the dirt behind us, but I brushed that away. They were known for being incredibly quiet. That thought didn't make me feel much better. I opened the storm door and knocked again, this time on the wooden door. The sound carried far better, but again we heard nothing but silence. "I think we should go," Melanie said. "Something isn't right." The knot in my stomach agreed, and I turned to leave just as the door opened. "Who's there?" a man's voice said. He hadn't turned the light on in the house, so when I turned back around, all I could see was a silhouette in the dark, illuminated only by the ambient glow of Melanie's flashlight that was pointed directly at my back. "I'm sorry to bother you, sir," I said. "My name is Matthew Howell, and this is my wife, Melanie. Our car died down the road, and we were hoping you could give us a jump." "No," the man said under his breath. "No, no, 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 no." "Sorry," I said, thinking I misheard him. "Sorry, no, we cannot jump your car tonight. It'll have to wait until morning." "Sir, I'm sorry to impose, but we really can't." A twig snapped behind me, very quiet, but clear nonetheless. "Please come inside," the man said. "You'll stay here tonight." I turned to look at Melanie, who was already walking up the steps. The man opened the door wider to let us in and clicked on a light in the hallway, bathing us in a glow that immediately made me feel better. The farmhouse looked on the inside just as I would have guessed. It was modestly furnished with what looked like handcrafted furniture. Paintings of flowers and landscapes adorned striped wallpaper-covered walls that looked like they were most recently renovated in the 70s, and faded area rugs covered wood floors that creaked beneath our feet, even with the slightest weight. The man stood before me now just looked like the kind of person who would live in a house like this. He had thin white hair and a large beard with yellow tobacco stains around his mouth, and he wore a set of beige long johns under a pair of pants held up with suspenders, the outfit of a man who had been disturbed in his bed. I guessed he was somewhere in his 60s, still reasonably muscular from working on the farm, but well past his prime and settling into the atrophy of old age. He had been holding a shotgun in one hand and just then put it down and leaned it up against the doorframe. The man turned and called to someone inside the house. "Ma, put a kettle on, would you? We've got 2 here for the night." "Really," I said, "I don't think we can—" "I insist," the man said, turning back to me. "The roads aren't safe at night. It's too easy to get turned around." "Yeah, I can see that," I admitted. "I thought we were doing well until we saw that sign for the highway back there." The man looked at me, and for a brief moment I thought I saw something in his eyes, but before I could make out what it was gone. "The sign," was all he said, and gave an understanding nod. "Do you have a restroom I could use?" Melanie asked, cutting in. "Yes, down the hall and—" The man stopped when he saw her, and again there was something in his expression I didn't like, but again I couldn't make it out before it was gone. "To the right," he finished. Melanie thanked him and made her way to the bathroom. "We'll be just around the corner in the kitchen," the man told her. He turned and led me around the corner where I now heard someone else bustling about, presumably putting a kettle on. "My name is Arthur," the man said, sitting down at the kitchen table. "This here is Ruthie," he said, gesturing to a small woman in a white nightgown who was just then lighting the gas stove. Ruthie turned around and offered me a smile. "Hello," she said. "Did I hear your name is Matthew?" I nodded. "Yes, and my wife's name is Melanie." "They're in the family way," Arthur told Ruthie. "Oh dear," Ruthie said pleasantly. "How exciting. How far along is she?" "Not the word I'd use," Arthur said under his breath. 7 months, I told her. 7 months, she exclaimed, beaming. "And where is she now?" She's in the restroom, I said. Oh, I've got some things for her. Let me run and get them, Ruthie said pleasantly, then disappeared around the corner. Arthur and I sat in silence for a moment. Then I said, Are you sure you can't just give us a jump, or do you have a phone I could use? He shook his head. Sorry, but no. Ruthie and I don't go out after dark, and we haven't had use for a phone in 20 years or more. We'll be happy to give you a ride back to your car and get you on your way as soon as the sun's up. What if we... Listen, Arthur said seriously, leaning forward. He again wore the expression I'd seen earlier. It was one I didn't understand, but looking back at it now, I think my father, who had served in Desert Storm and had seen the expression worn by men as they stood on the other side of a loaded gun, but were determined to show courage in the face of fear, would have picked it up in an instant. You were with your lady the whole time, right? Ever since the car broke down, yeah, I said, and even before that, we've been elbow to elbow for just about every second for the past 2 days. Alright, good. He leaned back in his chair. That's good. What's this about? I asked, and perhaps he would have told me then, although looking back I doubted that he could have, not then, but the tea kettle began to whistle and Ruthie returned quickly to shut it off and poured the contents into 4 mugs. Melanie came round the corner and took a seat next to me. Ruthie asked us if we took cream or sugar in our tea, which neither of us did. Then she brought mugs over with chamomile tea bags steeping in each of them and took a seat next to Arthur. We have a guest bedroom at the end of the hall you can use until the morning, Ruthie said. I'm glad you found your way here safely. Yeah, Melanie said, bobbing her tea bag up and down in the water by the string it was attached to. Those coyotes were really giving me the creeps. Coyotes? Ruthie asked. Yeah, Ma, coyotes, Arthur said in a tone that sounded like they'd had the conversation 1,000 times. I gotta chase them away from the chickens at least a few times a week. You know that. She nodded. Yes, I just meant I hadn't seen any tonight was all. Probably because they were all with us, I said. There are about a dozen sets of eyes following us up the road. A dozen, you say? Ruthie asked, surprised. Yeah, that'd make sense, Arthur said. They didn't try to get at you, though, did they? No, Melanie said, taking a small exploratory sip of her tea, then another larger one, satisfied that it wasn't too hot. They stayed off the road. I think one of them was behind us, though, so I don't think they all stayed off the road, I said. Melanie looked at me reproachfully. And when did you plan on telling me? As soon as we didn't have one behind us anymore, I told her, shrugging. They didn't get too close, though, Arthur asked. No, they kept their distance, I told him. I'm pretty sure the closest one was the one behind us, and that was still a ways back, I think. He nodded and sipped his own mug. That's good. Those coyotes are serious business. Do you get many of them out here? Melanie asked. Arthur ran a hand through his thin silver hair. You could say that, I suppose. More than most, but less than some. I think they like the chickens we keep in the back. Not much else to eat around here that isn't burrowed away somewhere, so it's an easy meal if they can get at them before I hear the commotion and fire off a round or two. Melanie shivered. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Where are you folks from? Arthur asked, sipping at his own mug now. Montana, I said. We have coyotes up our way too, but they mostly stay in the more rural parts, and we don't have chickens or anything to worry about. I found one rooting around in the garbage though when I was a kid. I told everyone I thought I saw a wolf. The boy who cried wolf, Melanie teased, jabbing my side with her elbow. That's Matt, all right. I rolled my eyes and fiddled with my own tea bag. I wasn't one for tea, especially chamomile, because it reminded me of being sick as a kid. My mother swore by her herbal remedies, especially those that came in the form of tea. Are we really staying the night? Melanie asked, turning to me. I looked at Arthur, who gave me a clear, solemn nod. I said, yeah, I guess we are. It's late and Arthur and Ruthie say they have a guest room we can stay in for the night. Are you sure? Melanie asked, turning to Ruthie. It won't be too much trouble. Ruthie waved the idea off like a fly. None at all. We haven't had visitors in 10 years or better, not since the Pruitts came for Christmas. And aside from my boys, you're the first to come to our door in just about as long. Oh, you have children? Melanie asked. Long grown now, Arthur said, nodding and staring into his mug. Twins, Ruthie said, beaming. They're about your age, I'd guess. I've got most of their old clothes and things in my back room if you'd like to take a look before you go to bed. I pulled the chest out of the closet already. Melanie looked at me and I gave her a shrug. Then she returned Ruthie's smile and together they made their way further into the house. You two are lucky, Arthur said when the woman had left. How'd you figure? I asked. When the coyotes are hungry, they'll try to get at just about anything that moves. If you really had as many watching you as you say, you could have been walking to your own graves. I wasn't sure I believed him, but the shiver that crawled down my spine certainly did. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the distant voices of our wives talking about children and the tick of an old grandfather clock somewhere in the house, when I heard the scream again. It was coming from outside, somewhere close to the house, but it was hard to tell. I sat up in my chair, but Arthur didn't move. Birds, he said flatly. Sorry, I asked. We've got birds out here that sound like that sometimes, he said. Sound like a lady shrieking or sometimes a child crying, but it's just the birds calling to each other. Birds? He nodded. What kind of birds sound like that? He shrugged. I don't know. I heard them called lyrebirds once. Not sure if that was the name or just a fitting description of the things. Yeah, I said, feeling the name scratch away something on the surface of my brain, a fact buried under the dust and cobwebs in my mind. I've heard of those, I think. They can copy other noises like parrots can, right? I thought they lived in Australia or something. Arthur shrugged again. Couldn't say. I don't even know if that's what they are for certain, but I know that the sound we just heard was one of them birds. I settled back in my seat, feeling better about the scream I'd heard earlier. It would have made sense if it came from the air. That could explain why I wasn't sure where it had come from. That reminds me of something that happened to me as a kid. Nothing like crying wolf, but it was an important lesson, I think, Arthur said, his words careful somehow. I took a sip of the tea between my palms, not because I wanted it, but because it felt impolite to leave the whole mug full. You ever heard of a... Arthur searched for the word. A brood parasite? I think that's what they call it. I shook my head. It's a kind of bird that leaves its eggs in another bird's nest. Sometimes it'll push the other eggs out, but usually it just leaves their egg there for the other bird to care for. I heard about these when I was a little boy, maybe 8 or so, and I found a robin's nest with a bunch of little blue eggs and one single black and white speckled one. I thought I'd found something really special, so every day that spring I would climb that tree to see if it had hatched. A couple weeks went by and eventually the egg hatched. It was the first one, and I was so excited to see the little black chick inside. Not long after, the others hatched, and each one of them was a little robin that looked nothing like this blackbird, which was now twice the size of these other ones. The days went by, and one day, as I was about to climb the tree, I found one of the baby robins lying in the grass. I picked it up and climbed back up the tree to find that of the 4 robins that had started in the tree, there was only one left. And of course, my big black bird that was now far larger than the others. It had started to knock the other birds out of the nest. I put the chick that I had saved in the grass back into the nest, and do you know what that blackbird did? I shook my head. It killed it right before my eyes, tore it apart like it was nothing. I ran to tell my father, and that's when I learned about birds that impose their eggs in others' nests so that the other birds will raise them. I thought that... A voice outside interrupted us. It was a cry that almost sounded like it had words this time, but the words were indistinguishable, despite the fact that it sounded like it was coming from right outside the window. Arthur sat bolt upright and turned his head quickly to the window. He stood from his seat and crossed the room with 3 large steps. "I was just telling a story. Leave us be." I couldn't be certain, but I thought I heard something scurry away in the dirt. "What was that?" I asked, trying not to sound as nervous as I now felt. "Them damn coyotes," Arthur said. "I thought you said the cries were the birds," I said. "Them too," Arthur said, his tone coming off more annoyed than anything, although there was something else as well. "The coyotes get curious and the birds get agitated, and before I know it, the house is the busiest place in all of New Mexico." He walked around the house and I heard the doorknob shake. Was he checking the lock? Then he returned. "I think it's best if we call it a night. Ruthie'll be up early to make your breakfast, but feel free to sleep in as late as you'd like. In the morning, we'll take the truck down to the road and I'll jump it for you, and you'll be on your way." I took another gulp of the tea, trying to get the mug down at least halfway, and agreed. Melanie was totally out by the time I entered the room. She couldn't have been there long, but I saw that Ruthie had her set up nicely with a nest of pillows in all the right places, and it looked like this might be the first night in weeks that she got a decent night's sleep. I undressed down to my boxers and slid into the bed next to my wife. I was exhausted, but sleep was nowhere to be found, and so I lay there staring up at the ceiling, wondering about the decisions that had led us here. There had been a knot growing in the pit of my stomach ever since we'd parked the car, and it had only tightened since we'd arrived at the farmhouse. Arthur and Ruthie were nice enough, but there was something they weren't telling us. If I were watching the night play out like a movie, I imagined that the twist would be that they were secretly plotting our demise, or that the screaming sounds I'd been hearing were those of their victims chained up in the large garage behind the house. But I didn't think so. It wasn't that I didn't think they were capable. I'd only just met them and had no idea what they were actually capable of. It was more that it just didn't seem to fit. It was the look on Arthur's face when he asked me if I'd been with Melanie the whole time we'd stopped there. It was the undertone in his voice when he told whatever was outside that he was just telling me a story. It was the story itself. What was that exactly? Just an elderly man retelling a memory from his childhood? Or was it something else? A cry echoed outside the window. This one sounded like "Ma." It seemed more believable now that it was a bird, because it certainly didn't sound human now that I'd had the chance to hear it without other sound pollution. Not exactly human, anyway. Melanie snorted beside me. The preamble to full-on snore coming in the next few weeks, I was sure. Another scream, this one closer, but from a different direction. The birds were all talking to each other. I sighed and closed my eyes, trying to will myself to sleep, even if it was just for a couple of hours. The house was cold, probably from poor insulation, and the single-pane windows. I pulled the sheets up and turned to my side, pulling my knees up to my chest for a little extra warmth. I was nearly asleep when I heard claws scratch the wall outside the house, and my eyes flew open. Was that the coyotes again? Did coyotes do that? I wasn't sure. I sat up and listened for more, knowing full well that in the morning I would feel silly for being as scared as I was, but also knowing that the night has a way of making monsters come out, even if they are just the ones in your head. A scream broke through the silence, this one incredibly loud and right outside the window. I looked over at Melanie, expecting her to be as awake as I was, but she only stirred. I got out of bed and crossed the room, throwing the curtains open, hoping to scare away whatever was sitting outside. I hadn't expected to see a face on the other side of the glass. I stumbled backward, tripping on my own feet and falling onto the wooden floor with a sharp thud. From where I lay, I could see nothing but moonlight coming through the cracks in the curtain, and for that I was thankful. Had the face been that of Arthur, I would have at least understood, despite how sick it would have made me feel, but the face I saw through the glass wasn't Arthur or Ruthie. I don't think it was even human. Just like the sound of screaming I had heard through the wall, it was close to being human, but still not quite right. The eyes were too big and far apart, and the mouth too wide, the nose too flat. Could it have been my reflection? The logical part of my mind liked that answer. It liked it a lot. I stood up cautiously, fearful that the face would still be there, peering at me through the glass. But as I stood, I saw that that wasn't the case. I could see myself in the glass just well enough to convince myself that that's what I had seen. Scared of my own reflection. Had Melanie been awake, there's no way I would ever live this one down. But despite the noises I had just made, she still lay soundly asleep. I closed the curtains again, taking care to ensure that not a sliver of moonlight came through them, then lay back down next to my wife. I didn't sleep much that night. I don't think I would have regardless, given the intermittent screams and cries coming from just outside my bedroom window, but every time I closed my eyes, I could see the image of the face that was looking back at me through the glass. A circus funhouse image of a human face, burned into my retinas like the flash of a camera lens. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because I opened my eyes to find the rods of sunlight cast from the window into the bedroom. Melanie was stirring, which meant soon she would be awake and in the bathroom. I checked my phone, still no service, but it reported the time to be just before 6. I got out of bed and got dressed, determined to get out of there as soon as Melanie was ready. The image from the night before had dulled by then, and although the memory still gave me the creeps, the logical part of my brain had daylight on its side, and by the end of breakfast I would have myself convinced that it had been my reflection in the glass. I quietly opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom. The scent of coffee wafted through the air, although I didn't hear anyone moving around the house just yet. I made my way to the kitchen, expecting to find either Arthur or Ruthie sitting down at the table, enjoying a mug, or at least a full pot of coffee with a timer that had gone off. Instead, I found 2 empty mugs of coffee and a half pot sitting on the burner. I didn't have time to wonder where they had gotten off to, because I heard Ruthie's voice in the yard calling to Arthur. I peeked out of the window to see Arthur's truck backing up towards the large garage. Was it just the one? She called to him over the sound of the truck's engine. Arthur turned off the truck, stepped out of the driver's seat, and came around to the bed where he had 2 large iron poles sticking out over the back. No, it was 2 this time, he said. Got a 1-mile one and a half-mile one now. He dropped the tailgate of the truck and the 2 metal poles clattered loudly. They're getting more clever, Ruth, Arthur said, hoisting the large street signs out of the back of the truck and carrying them to the shed. It was only the one sign with the Pruitts, and I don't even know where they are getting these things. Probably off some stretch of the road around here. We're going to have to do something about it, sooner or... Don't you say such a thing, Ruthie said sharply. I know, Arthur said, putting his hands up. I'm sorry, I just don't like cleaning up their messes is all. We'll take it up with them, Ruthie said. He's your... Arthur looked up fiercely at her, and she didn't finish her sentence. He may be yours, but he ain't mine, he growled. Mine's out under the apple tree. The couple walked around towards the door, and I quickly slipped back to the bedroom. Melanie was sitting up. "Hey Matt, what time is it?" "I don't know," I said. "Somewhere around 6, I think. We should get going though." Melanie stretched. "Yeah," she said through a wide yawn. "That's probably a good idea. How'd you sleep?" "I slept great," I lied, knowing that the truth would surely cause questions that I'd rather not answer just then. "Me too," she said, scratching the back of her head. "Best night's sleep I've had since I got pregnant. Let me pee, then I'll get dressed and we can go." I agreed, trying not to sound too eager, with the rising sense of unease filling my gut. She got out of bed, donned a robe that I assumed Ruthie had given her the night before, and padded her way to the guest bathroom across the hall. Arthur had gotten up early this morning to collect the street signs we had seen the night before. That much was obvious. What wasn't so obvious was why. Who had put them there? The elderly couple returned from outside just as Mel was coming back from the bathroom. "Oh," Ruthie exclaimed. "I didn't think you two would be up for at least another hour or so. Let me get breakfast on." "That's all right," I said. "We really should get back on the road anyway." "I have coffee on already, so at least take a cup to go with a couple of blueberry muffins I made the night before last." I opened my mouth to politely decline, but Mel beat me to it. "I don't think I can look at blueberry right now," she said, followed by a dry heave. The woman nodded knowingly. "Just fine then. How about you?" I shook my head. "I'm not much of a breakfast person," I told her. "All right," Ruthie said, drawing the word out like she was talking to children. "But if you leave this house hungry, it's your own fault." She went into the kitchen, presumably to get her own breakfast started, and Melanie went back to the bedroom to collect her things, but Arthur lingered with me in the hallway. "Your wife get morning sickness a lot?" he asked after a silence that felt like an eternity, broken only by the sound of Ruthie's movements in the kitchen. "She did at first," I told him. "This is the first time in a while, though. The road trip is probably taking a toll, I think." Arthur nodded slowly. "Yeah, probably." Then, after another long pause, "You said you were with her the whole time, right? Ever since your car broke down?" "Yeah," I said slowly. "Why?" He shook his head as if that told me all I needed to know. "All right, Matt," Mel said, opening the door behind me. "I'm ready when you are." "I'll get my keys," Arthur said. The ride back to the car was quiet and uneventful. Mel waited in the passenger seat, resuming her quest for a comfortable position, while I popped the hood and went to work connecting the two batteries to each other to start the car. To my relief, the car started on the second try. "Thank you for everything," I told Arthur as I slammed the hood of the car down. "Last night would have been much worse if it wasn't for you and your wife." I offered my hand out for him to shake, which he took with the leathery grip of a man who had spent his whole life working with his hands. There was another look in his eye then, as we stood on the shoulder of the road shaking hands, that told me there was more that he wanted to say, but something even then was holding him back. We loosened our grip, and just before I could turn away, Arthur stopped me. "Hold 1 minute," he said. "I've got something for you from Ruthie." He went to the cab of his truck and returned with a dilapidated cardboard box. "Some clothes for your little one. It ain't much, but we won't get any use out of them." I took the box and thanked him, doubting that we'd ever use them, but feeling that if I refused he would insist and I would still leave with the box. "Thanks, Arthur," I said. "One more thing," he said, before I could turn around. His voice got quiet when he spoke, just above a whisper and far too quiet for anyone other than the two of us to hear. I looked up at him and frowned, searching his face for the joke that wasn't there, nodded uneasily, then said goodbye. Arthur stood in the middle of the road, waving broadly at us from the rearview mirror as his silhouette disappeared into the dust kicked up by our tires. I never thought I'd return to Gompa's farm, yet alone so quickly, but circumstances change. and with them expectations. It took me nearly a whole day to find the road the signs had led us down, and by then it was dusk and I returned back to my hotel so as not to be out after dark. Melanie stayed home this time. Her condition had gotten significantly worse since our road trip, and she had been prescribed bed rest by the OBGYN, among other things, until she was ready to deliver. Her mother hadn't been happy with me flying out to New Mexico, even with the lie we told her about it being a work trip, but her mother's chagrin was a small price to pay for what I was hoping to get out of a reunion with Arthur and Ruthie. I drove up the dirt road following the only street sign now for Gompa's farm, hoping to find an answer to something that had happened to us not long after returning home. I parked my car next to Arthur's pickup truck and stepped out. I waited for a moment, wondering if I would hear the sound of the birds carrying human-like screams along the air. To my relief, I heard nothing at all. I walked around to the front of the house, prepared to knock as I had mere weeks before, but found that I didn't need to. The door to the farmhouse was open. Dirt coated the entrance floor, suggesting that it had been open for a while. Cautiously, remembering the face I had seen in the window, but feeling the bravery given to me by the daylight, I called out into the house. "Hello?" I called. "Arthur? Ruthie?" No reply. I stepped into the house, noting first that the shotgun Arthur had answered the door with was no longer propped against the wall in the corner by the door. "Hello?" I called again. "Is anyone there?" I explored the house carefully, worried that if I surprised anyone too much that I would find my skull full of buckshot, but sensing that I was totally alone. The kitchen was clean, with only a couple of plates in the sink with dried on food that could have been there from the night before, or perhaps longer. The bedroom where Mel and I had stayed looked exactly like we had left it. I called out again as I headed up the stairs towards the part of the house I hadn't been. There were 3 doors down the hallway from the top of the stairs. I chose the first and opened it. It was a young boy's room, a time capsule from decades ago. The boy who had once dwelt here must have been 6 or so, judging by the toys, books and decorations that filled the space. Above the bed in large block letters was the name Jonathan. The next room was a bathroom adorned with yellow daisies over most of the surfaces. I opened the door to the final room and was struck by 2 things simultaneously. First was the body of Ruthie Gompa laying in the bed. She wore a nightgown and looked as if she had gone peacefully in her sleep. Second was the putrid odour that had somehow not completely filled the house, possibly because the door had been left open. It was clear that she had been dead for at least a few days, perhaps not long after Mel and I had left. But there was still no sign of Arthur. I went downstairs and out the front door, glad to be rid of the smell that followed me after I opened the door. I walked around the side of the house, calling Arthur's name and getting nothing in return. I checked inside the large shed and found the road signs that Mel and I had seen driving down the road that night, along with a third that said freeway entrance left 1 mile, just like the first sign we had seen. I turned the flashlight on my phone on and held it up to get a better look at the shed. There was some old farm equipment scattered around the area, but what caught my attention was toward the back. I took a few more steps to get a better look and found a corner of the space had been decorated like a bedroom. There was an old bed with a rusty frame and a torn mattress set up in the corner, along with a collection of what appeared to be chew toys sprinkled around. Above the bed, in block letters similar to the boy's bedroom I had seen in the house, was the name Christopher. I took a few more curious steps forward to get a better look at the makeshift living space, then felt something at my feet. I stooped to pick up the item buried in the dirt and found part of a chain. As I picked it up, the chain emerged from its resting place in the ground, and as I pulled it up, I found that it was connected to a large metal pole posted near the bed. I followed the chain on the other side and found at the end part of a broken shackle. I dropped the chain, letting it tinkle to the ground, and left as quickly as I could. If Arthur was here, I know that this was the last place he would want me to be. I examined the rest of the farmyard, wondering where, if at all, I would find Arthur, and my eyes landed on a shape beneath a tree in the distance. I could hear Arthur's words from the weeks before, mine's under the apple tree, and wondered if this was the tree he had spoken of. As I drew closer, the shape beneath the tree became clearer, and I recognized it as the man I sought. "Arthur," I called, beginning to jog now. "Arthur, I really need to—" I stopped. It was Arthur, but he wouldn't be answering any of my questions. The top of his skull was missing, and his body was slumped against the trunk of the tree, hunched over the barrel of the shotgun that still rested in his mouth. His body was covered in bite marks and scratches that looked like perhaps he had given himself the least painful death presented to him. Besides Arthur's body stood a wooden cross with the name Jonathan carved into the horizontal piece. He had said his was under the apple tree. He had meant his son. Which begged the question I had come with that now seemed wouldn't be answered. What happened to the other boy? A piece of paper stuck out between Arthur's fingertips. I stooped down and grabbed it, hoping perhaps a suicide note would give me at least part of the answer I had come for. It wasn't a note, however, but a photograph. One that had to be 25 years old or so. A younger-looking Arthur smiled back at me, holding a 5-year-old at his hip, who wore a wide grin and a pair of overalls just like his father. Next to them stood a younger Ruthie, who stood next to another child who was far larger than the first and whose face had been scratched out. My stomach twisted in knots as I looked down at the second boy. The shirt he wore was one that had been given to us in the box of old clothes, but despite the clothes, it was clear to see that there was still something off about him. His legs and arms weren't quite right, his fingers too long, his torso too thin. It was the body that belonged to the face I had seen when we had spent the night and I had opened the curtain. A creature meant to seem human, but had just missed the mark. I put the photograph back into Arthur's dead hand and walked back towards my car. Melanie hadn't been right ever since we left that night. She had gotten sicker and sicker by the day. Her OBGYN had insisted that we come in to make sure everything was all right, and that was when we discovered it. Melanie was pregnant with twins. The doctor told us that it was possible, however rare, to miss a child on the ultrasound, but I knew that wasn't what it was. The pieces all started to fall together for me over the next few days, which led me to take a flight back out to New Mexico in the hopes that Arthur or Ruthie could help us. When we had left that day, Arthur had told me something that I hadn't taken very seriously then. He said, if she has two, take the little one and run. Those words echoed in my head when we went through the box of clothes Ruthie had given us. We saw that the baby clothes came mostly in pairs, which made sense because we knew that the couple had twin boys, but when we noticed that there was always a far larger outfit than the other, I began to wonder why Arthur had told me to take the little one and run. What had happened to his little one? Furthermore, why had he been so concerned about my leaving Melanie alone that night? He had asked me at least twice to make sure, as if it were vitally important, and I had shrugged it off, not realizing then that I had left her alone that night, just once, when I jogged out to get a better view of the street sign, just before I heard her scream. She doesn't remember it, but I believe that moment is when that thing, Christopher, got to her. Arthur had warned me about the birds that lay their eggs in another bird's nest. He had even gone as far as to call the things making the terrible noises birds, and it hadn't clicked. He had been trying to warn us about Christopher and however many others like him there were living there at the farm, about the dozen or so pairs of eyes that had followed us up to the trail of the house. Those things didn't like that and stopped him. They had cried out in the dark outside the window as they listened to him tell me the story about the brood parasite birds and the birds who mimic the sounds of children crying. They didn't like it because by then they had laid their egg, leaving nothing but a faint white scar encircling her navel that was nearly completely gone now, and they didn't want us to know. I wondered if Arthur had killed Christopher before taking his own life. The wounds on his body told the story of a man who had fought hard against a wild animal, and I could only imagine it had been the creature who had been born from his wife's womb alongside his son. He had told me that the blackbird had ripped the other bird to pieces when he was a boy, and I couldn't help but think that the same thing had happened to his son at the hand of the other. If that were true, the only thing that could stand between Arthur and redemption for his son was Ruthie, and with her gone, that was all he had left to do. I could see him discovering her death and setting out to avenge the death of his only son after all these years, only to find that the fight was one he could no longer win. He had taken his gun outside and had searched for the beast, eventually finding him and perhaps killing him, before crawling his way up to where his son lay and turning the gun on himself lest the wounds take his life instead. Or perhaps not. There was no way to be sure, not really. I got back to my car and climbed into the driver's seat. My hand shook as I turned the key and started back down the road. My phone found service for just a moment, and I looked down and saw that I had 3 missed calls, 2 from Mel and 1 from her mother. There was a text message as well that read, "It's happening." I was about to be a father. I stepped on the gas pedal and sped back towards the main road, stopping only for a moment to make the turn at the now defunct sign that read Gompa's Farm. As I made the turn, and the sound of the engine was just low enough, I thought I could hear a cry carried in the air. The sound was almost human. Ma. Remember those creepy chain emails from the early to mid-2000s? Maybe you're too young or too old to know what I'm talking about, so I'll explain first. Basically, somebody sends out an email with a subject line like, "Keep reading, do not ignore," and then the message itself will contain some kind of short horror story. Something about how a schoolgirl was pushed down a well, and if you didn't repost it or forward it to X amount of people, she'd come crawling out of your toilet and drag you down into the pipes. Something like that. They all typically follow a similar formula. The first time I got one of them was back in middle school. Not an email, but a Facebook post that had popped up on my feed. I don't exactly remember what the story was, just that it terrified me enough at the time that I actually did repost it. Something my friends completely roasted me for after the fact. But hey, no demon girl ever came crawling out of my toilet. So who's to say I didn't make the right call? Obviously, the entire concept of these chain mails or scare mails was pretty dumb and juvenile, and most of the stories were so terribly written that they could only ever work on skittish 13-year-olds. But as dumb as they were still entertaining enough to engage with back in the day. It was fun to just fuck around and pretend they were real, core childhood memories. So this morning I was sitting at my desk watching YouTube while sipping coffee, my typical routine before work. Before leaving, I did a quick scan through my emails, nothing unusual. There was an invite to a wedding, a newsletter from my old university, My boss complaining about some bullshit. But right before I was about to close my laptop, something new landed in my inbox. It was from an address I didn't recognize. Just one word in the subject line. Sorry. A bit weird, a bit concerning, probably malware. I barely respond to the emails that I actually have to. Why would I bother with this? I ended up clicking on it anyway. Life had been a bit monotonous recently. Maybe this would prove to be something interesting. The message was only a few sentences long. I'll paste it below. One night, a woman was hit by a speeding car at night. The driver was intoxicated and did not call the police. Instead, he dragged her bleeding body down into the sewers and left her there to die. They found her body 2 days later and brought it into the morgue, where they cleaned her up and tucked her away. But when they went to take her out 2 weeks later, she was missing, her empty body bag filled with stinking sewage. If you do not forward this to 5 others by midnight, she will be in your room tonight. She will seek vengeance. This is not a joke. You know what you did. I think I laughed out loud after reading it. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd seen one of these. What a blast from the past. Albeit a bit more intense than the ones I remembered seeing as a kid, but I suppose that these things evolve over time. I was still a bit perturbed that it had been sent to my work email, but then again I work at a pretty big company and it probably wasn't a terribly hard thing to find. The email contained an attachment as well, a single PNG file named her. I just figured it was going to be some AI generated image of a demon woman, an attempt at a cheap scare in order to prolong the joke, so I decided to humour the sender by opening it up. But there was nothing there, just a plain black image. What a letdown. I didn't think about it much for the rest of the day. Work was stressful and I had to force myself to endure a boxing class afterwards. By the time I got home, I was ready to eat dinner and just pass out. After eating, I was lying on my couch and sipping sangria while messaging this girl, Eliza, that I'd matched with on Hinge. I was having trouble coming up with things to talk about, so I mentioned the email. She was about the same age as me, so I figured she'd get a kick out of it. Which she did. She gave me her own email and asked me to forward it to her. She wanted to see it, just curious, so I sent it over. Then I put my phone down and went to go take a shower. When I checked my phone again, she sent another message. Holy shit, that's terrifying. I messaged her back something like, I know, right? I'm shitting bricks just thinking about it. But she told me she wasn't joking, and that she wasn't talking about the story. Look at the image again, and turn your brightness all the way up. Look closely. It wasn't exactly what I wanted to read before going to bed, but I went ahead and did so. I opened up my email and then re-downloaded the file. Then I turned the lights off and raised the brightness on my phone as high as it could go. I stared intently at the screen. It took some squinting, but I was able to see it. Eliza was right. It was absolutely fucking terrifying. You still couldn't see much, but you could see just enough. A set of floating teeth, just barely reflecting the minimal light there was. The crescent shape suggested a smile. 2 eyes hovered above. Both of them were unnaturally wide, as if they were actively being pried open by unseen hands. Immediately, I turned the lights back on. You know that feeling you get when you dig into your pockets and your wallet or phone isn't there? I was feeling something similar to that, but with an added layer of dread. The details just didn't add up. Was the email a joke or a genuine attempt at a scare? It was too terribly written to be serious, but if it was a joke, then why was this image the creepiest shit I'd ever seen? Eliza sent another message, saying that she'd used Lightroom to lift the exposure, make the image as bright as possible. I stared at her second email sitting in my inbox before opening it up. And this is the point where any humour or nostalgia was completely sucked away from the situation. The image was still extremely dark, but enough details had been revealed for it to be somewhat clear that it was a woman's face. Well, kind of. More like something imitating a woman. Something extremely uncanny. It felt like my brain was trying to convince me that it was actually a mannequin, mostly due to the paper white skin. But the longer I stared at it, the less likely that seemed to be, because I'd never seen a mannequin with an expression like that. Something so hateful, so evil, it didn't even seem possible for any person or machine to recreate. A smile was there, though the jaw was clenched, the teeth pressed tight together. The nostrils were large, flared wide open, each one like a shotgun barrel. The eyes were owl-like, stretched out in a painful-looking way, but the brows were drawn down, the skin furrowed heavily between them, as if this person were actually supposed to be squinting. A contradiction of features. I don't know how else to explain it. I tried doing a reverse image search, but it came back empty. I know that's not definitive proof of anything, but I'd been hoping that at least an obscure art forum would have turned up. The picture was just so odd and frightening that being able to connect it to something would have maybe settled my nerves a bit. Whoever had conjured this whole thing up was good, because it had freaked me out in a way that I really didn't like. I was standing in the kitchen just mulling it all over when somebody knocked at my door. I checked the time, seeing 10 past midnight. Weird, but alright. I checked the peephole, seeing a cop standing at my door. Even fucking weirder. I opened it, and immediately she asked me to step outside. No explanation. Just this dead serious look in her eyes, as if she thought I was hiding a body somewhere. I asked her what this was about. "Come out now," she said, her voice now barely above a whisper. "Just do it." Maybe I'd done something while I was blackout drunk. In any case, I obliged. As soon as we were out in the hall, the cop shut the door behind me. She gestured for me to follow her, and I did. The first question she asked me once we'd made it outside to the parking lot was whether I lived by myself or not. I told her by myself. She took a deep breath, introduced herself as Officer Viana, before explaining that she had been called over here to deal with a noise complaint. I knew who she was talking about, a guy named Sam living 3 doors down from me, rich college kid, kind of annoying as fuck, but I wasn't the one who called it in. After warning him to shut the music off, she'd walked outside to leave when she looked over at the window leading into my bedroom. I live on the first floor and my unit's right beside the entrance. If you were about average height, you'd be able to see into it from the lot. She said that I hadn't closed my blinds and that I'd left my window open, and that the streetlights were just bright enough for her to be able to see inside. She said she saw the outline of a figure standing by the door, completely still, as if they were waiting for somebody to enter. She said it didn't look like a doll or mannequin, that she got the sense it was something dangerous. The entire time she spoke, she had a hand on her weapon, her eyes continuously darting between me and the window. I did remember leaving the windows and blinds open. It's a bad habit, but somebody would have had to break through the mesh screen in order to get in. I would have heard it. Sam's music bleeding through the walls would not have been loud enough to muffle it. Not a chance. And then I realized that I'd gone into my bedroom to reach the shower about half an hour before she showed up. I hadn't seen anything then, but what if I just hadn't looked? Honestly, I didn't want to believe what she was telling me, because if it was true, then what in the fuck was I dealing with? We were standing too far away from the building for me to be able to see anything, so I began walking over to get a look at it for myself, but Viana stopped me. "You probably don't want to see it," she told me. "For your own sake, I wouldn't recommend it." Her tone was earnest enough for me to believe her. I asked her what I was supposed to do then. She told me to just wait. She'd already called for backup, and once they arrived, they'd go ahead and enter my apartment and investigate it. It didn't seem like I had another option, so I told her, alright. At this point, I'm still hanging on to skepticism, more as a coping tool than anything else. The backup arrived nearly 20 minutes ago, and they're still in my apartment. It was getting cold outside, so right now I'm waiting in the lobby. If anybody's wondering, no, I still haven't told them about the email. There was just no way it could have been connected. But now I don't know. I really don't know. And I'm not sure what to expect from here. If anything else happens, I'll update. Update 1. Right now, I'm sitting in a police station. The sun's about an hour away from rising. A lot has happened. These have been the most stressful hours of my life. The cops spent nearly an hour in my apartment before coming back out. When they did, their skin was pale and their expressions were blank, detached, as if they were having trouble coming to terms with whatever it was they'd just seen. They told me that there was somebody in my room, a woman. She was standing by the door in a way that I wouldn't have noticed upon first entering. Wouldn't have noticed at all until I actually turned around to get into bed. So I asked them where the woman was now. They told me she was still there, still in my room. I had to process that for a moment. Then I asked them why the hell they hadn't dragged her out. They briefly glanced at each other, both looking really uncomfortable, before telling me they weren't able to, as in they actually physically couldn't do it. I shook my head and told them I wasn't following. Viana wasn't the biggest person, but the other officer who had arrived looked like he could pick me up with one arm and chuck me across a field. Again, they just told me that she couldn't be moved. They'd even tried using tasers. Nothing. She didn't react, as if she were a statue fixed in place, but they were absolutely positive that she wasn't a statue. I asked them what she looked like. They asked me if I was sure I wanted to know. That they could show me, but her appearance may cause further psychological distress. I asked them to show me anyway. It was a strange thing. In the back of my mind, I had already been anticipating it. But even with the evidence presented so clearly and irrefutably before me, there was still a part of me that refused to believe it. It was the same woman from the picture. It couldn't be avoided anymore. I showed them the email and then I explained everything. They asked a lot of questions. I answered with the information that I had. They didn't seem to want to believe it either. It was like we'd all entered the Twilight Zone. They confirmed a few other details as well, like how a strong odor of sewage had been emanating from the woman, that it looked like she had been severely injured. One of her arms horrifically bent and twisted, scrapes and cuts all over her body. They had only shown me her picture from the shoulders up, but she'd actually been completely naked. They had already called for additional backup. Once they arrived, Viana drove me down to the police station. For my own safety, she claimed. In the car, I asked her how they planned on dealing with this, what exactly they were going to do. She said that she wasn't sure, that there really wasn't a precedent for something like this. She was pretty obviously disturbed by it all, but doing her best not to show it. She then asked me who Jackson Smith was. I told her he was a friend that I'd known since middle school. Then I asked what the hell he had to do with this. She said he had been the one that sent me the email, that I probably hadn't noticed because he'd first forwarded it to a dummy account, which had then forwarded it to me. She asked me when it was the last time I saw him. I told her it was a couple of weeks ago. We'd gone out drinking. He'd picked me up and parked on a residential street a few blocks away from downtown and told me he'd leave it there overnight. The night had been a disaster. I'd fallen into old habits and blacked out. At least I assumed that I had. There was a lapse in my memories. 1 second we were taking tequila shots and the next thing I knew, I was in the passenger seat of his car. I didn't know how late it was. Could have been 3 or 4 in the morning. All I had was a vague recollection of being in the car and then getting dropped off. I didn't remember anything he'd said to me or anything I'd seen. I was even too out of it to question why he was driving at all. That's basically what I told her. She just nodded. I tried giving Jackson a call, but he wasn't picking up. I then asked some mutual friends if anybody had seen him lately. Nobody replied until we had reached the station. Craig said that he'd seen Jackson at a gas station around noon, that the guy hadn't said much and seemed pretty eager to get back on the road. Inside the police station, I asked them if there had been any reports of a body going missing from a morgue. They said that's what they were currently trying to figure out. I was then led into an interrogation room. The first detective asked me a myriad of things, to give an account of my entire day from morning to night, whether I'd ever seen the woman before, if I'd ever heard anybody breaking in. He asked me if this entire thing was a prank that I may or may not have been in on, if I actually believed that the email itself caused the woman to suddenly appear in my room. Soon it became obvious that he was trying to bait me into confirming one of the two outcomes. That I was either clinically insane or that I'd actually kidnapped the woman. But I could tell that I wasn't giving him the answers he wanted, that he was becoming aggravated, that he really didn't even believe any of this, but I just told him what I knew, what had really happened. After about an hour, he was replaced by somebody else. This guy actually shook my hand and told me his name, Detective Brito. The first thing he told me after sitting down was that he believed everything that I'd said, that I must have been terrified and confused and that I had his deepest sympathies. It was a refreshing thing to hear, but I could not believe they were pulling the good cop, bad cop shit. I mean, what the hell did they think I had done? Even if I had done something, why would I turn myself in? I asked Brito why he was so sure that I was telling the truth, just to see what he'd say. Normally, I wouldn't have been so bold with a cop, but I was starting to lose my shit. He just smiled, told me that earlier in his life he wouldn't have believed it either, but a few years ago he'd gone through something that had forced him to question his understanding of things, that now he was a lot more open-minded. I asked him what exactly he'd experienced. He said that he'd tell me later, that we should deal with this first. He proceeded to give me an update on the woman. The entire building has now been evacuated and the SWAT have been called. They still haven't been able to move her. She still hasn't said a word. Every now and then she'll turn her head or body, but she always remains standing in the same exact spot beside my door. Sometimes she'll be facing ahead, and other times she'll be staring into a corner. He said that the FBI have started tracking the situation. I asked him to clarify what he meant when he said they still haven't been able to move her. He said that this is the part that nobody's been able to make heads nor tails of. Given the evidence, they have to conclude that she's completely resistant against physical force, electricity, chemicals, sedatives, pretty much anything that they're legally cleared to try. She still hasn't displayed any aggression, so they're not sure what a bullet to the head would do. He said that one option that was still on the table was cutting the floor out from beneath her and then loading her into a truck, but that would probably end up being extremely annoying for me. I asked him about Jackson. He told me that they were looking for him, that his vehicle's been spotted several states over, but they haven't been able to catch him. At that point, I really wasn't sure what to say anymore. I think I buried my face in my hands, screamed expletives into my palm, which Brito didn't react to. I told him that I really needed to get some sleep if he wanted to get any useful information out of me. Then I suddenly thought about Eliza, remembering that I'd forwarded the email to her. I could feel a wave of guilt wash over me. I brought it up to Brito, told him that they should find out where she lives and send somebody over to check on her, just in case. He said that might be a good idea, that he'd call it in. But in the meantime, I was free to leave and I should go get some rest, that we talk again in the morning. I left the station and picked up a six-pack, then headed for a motel where I booked a room for the night. I'm exhausted on all fronts. I haven't changed clothes in nearly 24 hours and I can feel my skin sticking to my shirt. I don't know what to think. Quite frankly, I don't want to think about anything at all, which is where the alcohol comes in. I'm 4 deep now and it's all starting to feel a bit less real. I know I shouldn't be using it as a crutch, but I just don't want to fucking deal with this. Before trying to get some sleep, I sent my boss a text, telling him I wouldn't be in tomorrow, and then I checked my email. Jackson had forwarded me another. This time there was no subject. All it contained was this message. You think you're done with this, but you aren't. You think you've escaped her, but you haven't. You must pay. You must pay. If you do not forward this to 5 more people, the next time you take a shower, she will be in there with you. She will drag you down into something worse than hell. Something worse than you can imagine. You will pay. Update 2. Last night, I ended up passing out on the motel couch. I woke up maybe about an hour ago with a dry throat, a sharp headache, feeling nauseous, which actually wasn't so bad, because at least it managed to draw focus away from everything else. My immediate instinct was to head for the shower, but then I stopped before entering the bathroom. I began arguing with myself in my head. What could really happen? The moment I turned the water on, she'd be right there behind me. It wasn't possible. But then again, none of this should have been possible. I decided to text Brito about it, not sure how I was expecting him to respond, or whether he was going to take it serious. But he told me that he was heading over to just stay put and absolutely do not enter the shower. While waiting around for him, I started wondering about the logistics of it all. I'd never entered my room and the woman had never got to me. So what if I just never took a shower? Would I be alright? At the very least, I should have been okay to use the sink. I splashed my face with cold water until the grogginess became something manageable. Then I made myself some instant coffee and stared out the window, tried to dissociate. Brito showed up a few minutes later. There were 3 others with him. One was a middle-aged man wearing a polo shirt, slacks. The other 2 were hulking SWAT officers outfitted in what looked like full sets of gear. The officers stood quietly by the door while the man in the polo shirt flashed an FBI badge, introduced himself as Stevens. His expression was hard to read. He was smiling, but for what reason I couldn't tell. It certainly wasn't friendly, but it also didn't seem malicious. Brito asked me if I had taken a shower yet. I told him that I hadn't. He nodded. Stevens then asked if he could look at both emails. I said sure and then gave him my phone. His expression stiffened for the 5 or so minutes he spent looking them over. But as he handed the phone back to me, the smile had returned. He said it was very important that I cooperate with what he was about to tell me next. I was going to take a shower while they monitored me. I'd shut the curtains, but they'd be there in the room with me. This was probably the only situation where I would have ever agreed to something like that, even though I wasn't fully convinced that anything would happen. They told me that there shouldn't have been anything to worry about, since they still had a visual of the woman in my apartment. Apparently she still hadn't moved, and it was pretty clear that neither of them were really entertaining the possibility of her teleporting over. The prevailing theory was still that the woman had somehow found a way to enter my apartment without me noticing. How she did that I couldn't begin to fathom, but I suppose that in the absence of any other explanations it had to be true. So I asked them what reason they had to want to monitor me. What were they expecting? They told me that they weren't entirely sure, but the situation was bizarre enough that it had forced the need to confirm certain truths, to test some theories. Suddenly, there came this gnawing feeling that it wasn't worth the risk. After all, I could just take a bath. But was I only going to take baths from now on? What was I actually afraid of? The woman was still in my apartment. I had armed SWAT guarding me. What the fuck could possibly happen? There was no way in hell I was going to live paranoid, looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. I needed to confirm something as well, that I wasn't in danger, that I had nothing to fear. The plan was to have one of the officers stand out in the hallway by the front door, while the other stationed himself right outside the bathroom. Brito and Stevens both turned away as I stripped down, entered the shower. Doing so felt ridiculous enough that it managed to inject a bit of levity to the mood. But then I turned the water on, and that disappeared almost immediately, replaced by dread and uncertainty. It should have felt euphoric to scrub the dirt and sweat off my skin. Instead, my heart was beating heavy as I stared down the drain. I squeezed some shampoo into my hands and began massaging it into my scalp, though I continued to force my eyes open, keeping them on the drain. But soon the stinging became too much and I closed them for just a few seconds as I wiped the shampoo away. When I opened them back up, it looked like the water had taken on a brownish green colour. At first I thought it could have been the shampoo, but then I could smell something rotten floating through the stream. Suddenly, the spray plate from the shower dropped to the floor in front of me. The stench intensified. It took me a few seconds too long to realize what was happening. I turned the water off and opened the curtains, but before I could step out, I could feel something grab my hair. I tried yanking my head away, but whatever was holding me had some kind of iron grip. I couldn't move. Both Brito and Stephen seemed frozen in place as they stared somewhere above me. Their eyes were wide and their mouths were slack. They looked shell-shocked. I asked them to tell me what they were looking at, because I sure as hell didn't want to turn around and find out for myself. But they didn't tell me anything. Instead, they yelled for the officer outside. The bathroom door swung open, but the officer stopped himself before entering. Though his mask was concealing his expression, his body language was telling enough. He shook his head, backed away, then he ran out of the room. I could feel whatever was holding my hair beginning to pull me up, as if it were trying to rip my scalp off. Brito and Stevens continued to stand there, looking dumbfounded. I started to scream, but then the other officer who had been out in the hallway rushed in. He also stopped at the doorway, hesitating for a moment before grabbing the knife from his belt and lunging towards me. Soon I could feel the pain and pressure alleviate, and the second I did, I leapt out of the tub. Once I was out of the bathroom, I turned around to see a pale arm retracting back into the shower head. It's been a few hours since that happened. A chunk of my hair's missing from where the officer had cut it off. My scalp's been bandaged up, and I ended up using the sink to scrub away whatever sewer water was left on my skin. Mentally, I haven't begun to recover at all. I'm back at the police station now. I can feel everybody staring at me, though they all turn away whenever I try and look at them. A strange tension hangs in the air. Still no updates on Jackson. He might be out of the country by now, but they did give me an update on Eliza. They can't find her. She hasn't been into work. Nobody's seen her. I know it's my fault. I could have warned her, but would she have believed me? Would it have been too late anyways? How the fuck could I have seen this coming? I've also learned that the woman is no longer in my apartment. From what I've heard, she disappeared right in front of the cops who had been watching her. They just blinked and she was gone. They think she's still in the motel, somewhere in the pipes. I've deleted all my emails, every single address. The cops insisted I do so, and I didn't fight them on it. But then I received a text message from a number I didn't recognize. I should have paid more attention, been more careful. I shouldn't have opened it, but I did. The next time you fall asleep, she will be standing over you. She will take you. No escape. No escape. No escape. Update 3. Right now, every passing second kind of feels like a slow march towards doom. I've been talking to a lot of psychiatrists who try and calm me down, lead me away from bad thoughts. It's clear that they're choosing their words carefully, but that they still can't figure out exactly what to say to me. I've asked for some coffee, but that request was shut down. Caffeine right now would lead to an earlier crash, they tell me, and they needed me to stay awake for as long as possible as they tried to figure something out. So now I'm sitting in an interrogation room while a couple of detectives watch me, make sure I don't doze off. They've given me some food that's supposedly good for staving away drowsiness. Oatmeal, eggs, mixed nuts, some fruit, a lot of water. I still feel pretty alert, but the day's really only started. The longest I've ever gone without sleep was about 28 hours. I'm not sure how long I can push that to. Every now and then they'll give me an update about what's going on. They sent a drone into the motel washroom, flying it up near the open shower head. The feed showed that the woman was still in there. Well, all they could see was her head. It was just crammed inside, her features compressed to fit into the tight space. Still nothing about Jackson or Eliza. But now they're telling me they found somebody who might know what to do. A specialist, they're calling him. He's already on his way over. They framed this as good news, though it's hard to get my hopes up. I'll update once I find out what's going on with this. So the specialist arrived a few hours ago. His name is Luke. He used to be a computer science professor. Now he holds some vague position at DARPA. He tried explaining to me exactly what he does, but most of it kind of went into one ear and out the other. But I managed to retain the important parts. Ever since grad school, he's been doing some deep digging into an incredibly obscure topic, viruses, but not the biological kind, not malware either. He says that over the years he's noticed eerie parallels between how viruses manage to proliferate themselves through any given system and the mechanisms behind real-world phenomena. Social influence, mass hysteria, dictatorships, genocide, war, the very concept of fear. I asked him if he was implying that the world was a simulation, that our existence was the product of some kind of extra-dimensional coding. He told me that in a very broad sense, yes, but that he doesn't claim to understand the layers involved, that he's not sure we're capable of understanding them at all. Of course, this was the kind of research that most respected institutions wouldn't touch with a 1,000-foot pole, so the vast majority of it was done independently, funded through his own 401k and a line of credit. The only platform that had been available for him to publish his findings was on his own website, and for decades they just sat there, collecting digital dust. The few reactions they did get were nothing more than derision from fellow academics. He was mocked, chastised. But these things didn't do much to deter him. He just kept doing his research, kept publishing whatever he'd found. Then, one day, he arrived at a breakthrough. He found something definitive to focus on. The paranormal. Not just haunted houses or strange creatures in the woods, but the things that can't be explained by the rules that we've set in place. The things that break our understanding of the world. I asked him to give me an example. He told me about the cabin in the woods. Not an actual physical cabin, it was more akin to a predatory entity. A trap that would only present itself to those desperate enough to take the bait. He went on to say how it's not an uncommon thing for people to get lost in the woods. Hikers, backpackers, those running away from something. The woods are vast, foreboding, hiding a bunch of secrets. He told me to imagine that I'd been lost for days, thirsty, starving, hopeless, delirious enough that I don't question why somebody would build a cabin so far out in the middle of nowhere, why it looks so new and maintained. I stumble up to it and knock on the door, but nobody answers. Then I try the handle and find it unlocked, and I go inside. There's running water, fresh food in the fridge, but nobody around. Again, I don't question this. I'm just so relieved that the world's finally tossed me a bone. Then I go upstairs and find a fresh bed waiting for me. I'm so weak, so tired. My legs desperately need a reprieve. I just need to recharge. A quick nap and I'll have enough energy to keep going, so I crawl into bed. However long later, I wake up in darkness and assume it's nighttime, but there's something wrong, because my eyes aren't adjusting to it. Then I realize it's because the darkness is absolute. There's no moonlight streaming in from the windows. I get out of bed and try maneuvering around the room. The air feels thick, damp. There's a heavy scent of earth and metal all around. Eventually, I find the light switch, but it's not working, so I take out my crumpled box of matches and use them to navigate downstairs and out the front door. And then I realize I'm no longer in a forest. The grassy floor has been replaced by rough stone. I see nothing but darkness in all directions. There's a dripping noise coming from some undefined distance away. I'm in a cave. How I got here, I can't begin to comprehend. I panic and start running, but I have no light and nowhere to go. Only a few matches left. I decide to go back into the cabin while I come up with another plan. It'll be safer there. Once inside, I light another match, just to get a sense of the layout, but it illuminates more than I'd anticipated. Something I hadn't noticed before. People. Standing all around me in the dark, not moving, not speaking, just watching. They look normal enough, but the context makes their presence frightening, sinister. Then one of them starts moving towards me. The cabin is a virus, something that doesn't belong in our reality, a corrupted space that we have no answers for. Nobody knows who or what put it here, how it even works, just that it was meant to disturb the order of things, to slowly break us down. It'd be fair to call it evil in nature. The woman was a virus as well. Our reality was the system she'd infected. Like malware, she spreads digitally, but unlike malware, she's unrestricted. Sentient beyond our understanding of the word. She has more control over our own reality than we do. That's why the cops couldn't move her. We're bound by the rules of the universe. She breaks them. I had to ask Luke to leave me alone for a while. It was too much to hear at once, too much to take in. But already I could feel the fatigue coming on. I hadn't been sleeping well even before all this. We were pressed for time. If he had a solution, then I needed to hear it now. I called him back in and asked him if he had a plan. He told me that he did, so then I asked how much confidence he had in it. He said he was more confident than not, that on a scale from 1 to 10 he was feeling about a 6. It wasn't really what I wanted to hear, and I guess he could sense as much, because he told me that he was just trying to be as honest as possible. I took a deep breath, told him to go ahead and tell me what he had in mind. He asked me if I was familiar with honeypots, in a cybersecurity context. I told him that I might have read an article about it once, but that he should probably fill in the blanks. He told me that in the simplest of terms, they were traps meant to lure in hackers, something that seems real, something worth invading, but ultimately nothing but smoke and mirrors, an isolated, heavily monitored system. He asked me to imagine that I was a thief roaming around a neighborhood for somewhere to rob, Then I spot a large, expensive-looking house with all of its lights off. I sneak into the backyard and find the back door unlocked, and then I enter. But I've been baited. There's nothing to steal in there, and all the doors suddenly lock from outside. I've now been trapped. I told him that I wasn't really following. He looked at the floor for a moment before saying that the cabin itself was the honeypot. The woman was likely meticulously designed to infect our reality. In other words, she can only operate within the parameters that our world is bound by. The cabin is not bound by such rules. It's as much of an aberration as herself. And what happens when two aberrations are forced to interact? He said he couldn't be entirely sure, though he could make some reasonable assumptions, the most important one being that they would interfere with each other. What kind of interference that would be remained to be seen. Best case scenario, they would just completely shut each other down. He didn't talk about the worst case. Then he said he had to retract an earlier statement. The cabin wasn't exactly a honeypot, not based on the strict definition of the word, because we didn't actually need to lure the woman in there. We had the means to simply make her appear. And now I understand where he was going with this. The plan was for us to travel to the cabin. We'd go inside, and then I'd fall asleep. The woman would spawn in, but she wouldn't be able to operate in there. Wouldn't be able to leave either. Then they'd wake me up and we'd go back to the surface while she remained trapped there forever. No more emails, no more phone calls. The nightmare would be over. At least that's how Luke was trying to sell it to me, and I really wanted to believe him. I asked him how we were supposed to get to the cabin if it only appears to those who've been lost in the woods for days. He said we didn't need to hunt it down, because years ago somebody had managed to escape the place, navigating the dark caves for nearly 2 whole days before he'd made it back to the surface. They found him a few miles from a public campsite in a state comparable to catatonia, breathing but unresponsive, his expression fixed in a 1,000-yard stare, but over time he was able to come back to reality. Within a few weeks he was completely coherent again, and he was able to give a shockingly accurate account of where exactly the cabin was. Not just the location of a cave, but exactly how you needed to navigate inside in order to get there. Which he told me shouldn't have been possible, because the guy claimed to have been in pitch darkness the entire time. They had no answer for this, but it didn't really matter. I asked him how far down into the cave we'd need to go. He told me not far, just over 200 feet in vertical depth. I just nodded. I'd never been in a cave, and I'd never really been interested. He then asked me how I was feeling. I answered honestly that the drowsiness had just started to settle in. I checked the time, seeing that I'd been awake for just over 15 hours at that point. He said that we'd better get going then, because it was going to take us at least 4 hours to get to the cave, and about another 3 to traverse all the way down to the cabin. I asked him what we were going to do if the plan failed, if his theories proved wrong. He just smiled, told me that we'd figure something else out, but he wouldn't elaborate any further. I excused myself and went to the bathroom. I spent a long time in there, just pacing around, intermittently splashing my face with water. I knew it was time wasted, but there were just too many thoughts popping up at once. It was hard to deal with. I was panicking, and then came the nausea. As I was dry heaving into one of the toilets, I could feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. I took it out. It was Jackson, calling me. If you don't finish the dorm sprint before the lights go out, you don't return. Back then, I was still living in the dorms. Like every college or university, we had our own traditions, stupid challenges and student-made games. Ours was something called the 3x500 sprint. It was a running game. The dorm we lived in was a massive complex, 3 long buildings arranged in a half circle. They were connected on the 3rd floor by an insanely long corridor. That hallway was said to be roughly 3 by 500 feet long, so about 1500 feet total. And twice a year, the 3 by 500 sprint was held. They would wedge open every single door along the hallway so you could make one continuous sprint from one end to the other. But of course, it wasn't that simple. The race took place in the middle of the night, so you had to run in complete silence, quiet enough that the supervisors wouldn't hear you. The lights along the hallway were on a timer. They stayed on for 3 minutes, then the entire floor went pitch black. And if that wasn't enough, the whole thing started with a drinking challenge. Right before the sprint, every participant had to down a 15-ounce cocktail. It was a warm, disgusting mix of nearly every type of alcohol you could imagine, and you had to drink it all in one go. That was our little tribal dorm tradition. At least, that was the game part. There was also a legend. If someone didn't make it across before the lights went out, they never came back. I was a second-year law student when I decided to join the race. I downed the cocktail and the race was on. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me. No way I could let Neil beat me. He'd never shut up about it for the rest of the year. I was doing pretty well. I was in second place in the race, but then my body started to get tired, maybe because of the alcohol. So one of the guys behind me tried to overtake me. Our legs got tangled. I went flying and crashed hard onto the floor. The onlookers gasped in unison. The guy who tried to pass me also fell, but he was burning with competitive spirit. He jumped up and kept running, limping as he went. I just lay there on the ground, humiliated. I wasn't far from the finish, damn it, but I stayed down, staring at the ceiling, and then the lights went out. 3 minutes were up. I sat up and rubbed my head. "Okay guys, turn the lights back on," I called out, but there was no answer. The hallway was completely dark. I couldn't see a single light, couldn't even hear the others anymore. "Hello? Can someone please turn the lights back on?" I started feeling around and found the walls, but they were strangely smooth, not like the old familiar dorm walls. I pulled my phone out of my pocket to use the flashlight. That's when I saw it. The hallway was the same, but the doors were gone. There weren't any, at least not as far as I could see, because my phone's light didn't seem to pierce the darkness. I could barely see 1 yard ahead of me. Where the hell was I? I jerked my head around nervously. What the hell is going on? Are the others messing with me, or what the fuck is this? The alcohol had already worn off. I slowly started moving forward, trying to find the light switch, but the walls were smooth like mirrors. No doors, no cracks, no switch anywhere. I stumbled forward through the darkness, using my phone for light as best I could. No signal, no service at all. What the hell is this place? I must have taken a bad fall too. My leg was aching and my arm hurt like hell. This place was starting to really get to me. How did I even end up here? "Hello?" I shouted into the darkness. "Is anyone there?" Nothing. No response. I was alone. Standing in the thick blackness, trembling, growing more and more tense. Then suddenly, I heard a voice. It sounded like it came from behind me, down the opposite end of the hallway. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I turned around, eyes straining to see into the dark. That was my voice. I stood frozen. An echo, maybe? I figured it was better to just keep hobbling in the original direction. Maybe I really would find a way out. I didn't think the last building could be far now. The finish line should be somewhere around there. At least that's what I told myself. The darkness felt suffocating. I could barely see anything, even with my phone's flashlight on. How can darkness be this thick? It was like the light couldn't even cut through it. Then I heard something. Footsteps. Distant. Muffled. Someone was stomping, or more like thundering footsteps approaching, maybe even running. I froze in the dark, heart racing, waiting to hear what it was, and it definitely sounded like it was getting closer. No matter how hard I stared into the black, I couldn't see a thing. The pounding footsteps grew louder until I could feel the floor trembling under my feet. Then, something moved in the dark. It was the beam of my phone's light. I saw a massive shape. I couldn't tell if it was human or something else, but it was so big it stretched from floor to ceiling, wall to wall. Terrified, I stumbled backward. Whatever it was, I started running. But it sounded like it was running too. I heard the stomping, not like something with 2 feet, more like 100 pounding footsteps chasing after me. The hallway didn't change. No matter how far I ran, it just kept going, endlessly. And the thing behind me was still gaining. I ran until my aching leg finally gave out and I collapsed again. I lay sprawled on the floor. My phone had flown out of my hand and was shining up at the ceiling. I covered my head with my arms. Whatever was coming, I hoped I could somehow shield myself from it. And then I realized the stomping was gone, like it had vanished into thin air. Once again, that dead silence settled over the hallway along with the crushing dark. I crawled over to my phone and snatched it up. It was the only solid thing left in this nightmare of a place. Once I pulled myself together and managed to stand up, I finally noticed. The hallway had changed. Now, on both sides, doors lined the walls as far as I could see. But even now, my phone's light couldn't pierce the swirling darkness ahead. None of the doors worked. I had been trying them one after another for what felt like minutes, but every single one led to nothing but solid wall, like someone had bricked them all shut. I was terrified and hopeless. How the hell was I supposed to get out of here? What was this place? But at least I'd learned one thing. If I kept moving, the place seemed to shift. So I started walking again, deeper into the darkness, lighting the way just enough to see a couple feet ahead of me. The doors continued, lined up endlessly on both sides of the hallway. I moved forward cautiously. I didn't even bother with the doors anymore. There was no point. Then, suddenly, as I shined my light ahead, I saw a pair of human legs. I recoiled in shock. A skeletal man sat on the ground, his face buried in his hands. His long, tangled hair hung down to his shoulders, snow white like that of an old man. His clothes were ragged and hung off him in tatters. He looked like a homeless person. I didn't want anything to do with him. I'd seen enough horror movies to know better than to fall for something like this. I tried to quietly sneak past. But then the old man sprang to his feet. He was a reeking, toothless thing. His eyes were cloudy and grey with cataracts. He lunged at me, clawing with bony hands, striking me wildly. I could barely shove him off. He was screaming the whole time, but I couldn't understand a word. It didn't even sound like he was saying anything that made sense. I grabbed him and pushed him away from me. He slammed into the wall, but it was like he didn't even feel it. He just jumped up and bolted into the darkness, still shrieking as he disappeared. I stood there, gasping for breath. My heart was pounding. Every fibre of my being wanted one thing only: to get the hell out of here, if that was even possible. According to the clock on my phone, I had been wandering these dark hallways for at least 4 hours. At least the phone still worked, though the battery was running low. I hated myself for not charging it earlier in the day. But what really got to me was the hallway itself. I was starting to lose it. I kept feeling like something was following me, or that I heard footsteps behind me, matching mine, ready to pounce the moment I let my guard down. But there was nothing, just the darkness and the endless row of doors. It was maddening. And then my fear came true. Someone was lying on the ground ahead of me. I saw their bony legs first. They were slumped by the wall, right next to one of the doors. The figure didn't move. I didn't think they were alive anymore. I stepped a little closer and saw it clearly. A dried out corpse. I hurried past, but further down the hallway, more bodies appeared. One of them was leaning against the door, also dead. They just kept appearing. The hallway was lined with corpses, and they gave off a hideous, rotting stench. Some of them looked ancient, just bare bones. Others looked freshly dead. Each body was in a different position. One was gripping a doorknob. Another knelt facing the wall. Many were simply sprawled out on the ground or slumped against the wall in silence. I didn't know why I kept walking through this corridor of death, but I didn't want to turn around, and I sure as hell didn't want to stop. Covering my nose, I weaved my way between the bodies, step by step through the thick dark. Eventually, I came across the corpse of a young girl. She was lying sprawled across a doorway, and then, far off in the distance, deep within the darkness, I saw a single glowing point. It pierced the thick black, and it looked like it was calling to me. I hurried toward the light. It seemed impossibly far away, but it was the only hope I had. The bodies were still lying around me, but it felt like there were fewer of them now. Another sign, maybe, that I was heading in the right direction, toward the exit. I was practically running. The light was growing closer. The corpses were now scattered sparsely along the hallway. I didn't see the large man's body in time. It was sprawled halfway across the corridor. I stepped on him, tripped, and slammed to the ground. On my knees next to the corpse, I stared at the light in desperation, and that's when I noticed it. It was swaying, moving. It was coming toward me. A breeze swept through the hallway, rank and putrid, reeking of decay. I'd never smelled anything like it. It was the stench of death. I scrambled to my feet. The light was almost there. My throat clenched with panic. My legs trembled. And then it arrived. What I saw in front of me was a nightmare. A massive, slithering mound of human remains was creeping towards me. Limbs, torsos, and chunks of flesh fused together into a grotesque living mass. One severed arm reached forward, holding a glowing orb, like some hellish deep-sea anglerfish. From between bones, a jagged mouth had formed, gaping open in the dark. I turned and ran. I didn't care what I stepped on, what corpses I kicked, or what part of this twisted place I crashed through. The thing was chasing me, churning and gurgling behind me, its sliming bulk oozing forward, a writhing avalanche of flesh and bones. And then I saw it. One of the doors up ahead was glowing, or at least it looked like a light had been turned on behind it. Maybe this was it, my only way out. The creature was gaining. I could feel the heat of its breath, if you could call it that, reek pouring from its jagged mouth, clinging to my skin. The door stayed where it was. The light behind it glowed, calling to me. I reached it, I threw it open, and dove inside. Whatever was in there, I'd take it. I woke up in the hallway, the real hallway, the normal dorm. I sat up with a scream. I had been lying on the floor. The others just stared at me, wide-eyed. Everyone was there, everyone who had joined the race. Neil rushed over to me. "Hey man, we turned the lights back on. You're okay," he said, trying to calm me down. "What? Neil, what the hell is this? Where the fuck am I?" "The lights went off," Neil said, "and now we turned them back on." According to them, not even a second had passed, and I hadn't been gone for hours at all. I'm never playing any fucking game again. My father chains me to the radiator every night before bed. It took me years to find out why. Every night before I go to sleep, my father fastens a chain around my ankle. It's shackled to the radiator to prevent me from leaving. I can't even go to the bathroom without calling for Dad to unlock me. I was 9 when I discovered how strange that was. Dad always told me never to mention it. He said I'd get in big trouble if I did. But one day, I slipped up. I accidentally blabbed to my best friend at the time, Susie, when we were at recess. "My parents let me stay up until 11 last night. Bet yours wouldn't let you do that," she'd exclaimed, a smug grin plastered across her face. "I never get to stay up late. Dad said I have to put my ankle brace on every night at 7 o'clock, so the monsters don't get me, no exceptions," I'd said, absent-mindedly jabbing a stick into an anthill. Susie had been silent for longer than normal. I turned to find her brows furrowed. What kind of ankle brace? I never had to do that. In that moment, I realized 2 things. 1, that I'd said too much, and 2, that my sleeping arrangement was anything but ordinary. Dad continued to chain me to the radiator even through my teenage years. I was never allowed to have sleepovers. I wasn't allowed to go on vacations. And I definitely wasn't allowed to know the location of the key. Don't get me wrong though, by what I've described so far, it probably sounds like I sleep on a dingy yellow mattress in the corner of a dirty trap house basement. That's not the case. I have a bedroom fully furnished with a dresser, a nightstand, a TV, and a queen-size bed. I'm not living in squalor, which I suppose adds to the mystery of my circumstances. I've asked Dad why he does it on multiple occasions. As a little girl, I used to whine and moan about the ankle brace all the time. The answer was always the same: to protect you from the monsters in the night who come to take little girls. As I grew older, I asked less and less, until eventually I stopped asking at all. Until 2 days ago, that is. That was when I turned 17. Sasha and Maria threw me a fantastic surprise party with all my high school friends in attendance. None of them knew about my nightly confinement. I'd managed to keep it all under wraps, terrified that Dad would lose custody of me and that I would get placed in foster care until I was 18. So, without having a solid alibi, it was tough to refuse when the girls invited me to sleep over at Sasha's. "Look, it's just one night. You can't get away for that long. This is your freaking birthday, Sam. You need to let loose a little," Sasha said, Maria and Emily nodded in agreement. I'm sorry, but I can't, I replied, my eyes glued to the floor. My dad won't let me. Can't you at least ask? The worst he can say is no, right? Anna chimed in. But I already know what he's going to say. You won't find out unless you try, Maria said, arms folded across her chest. Just ask him, alright? I sighed, realizing that this wasn't a battle I was going to win. Okay, I'll talk to him, but don't get your hopes up. My heart jackhammered in my chest as the ankle brace clicked shut. I love you, sweetheart. Happy birthday, Dad said, kissing my forehead. He stood, heading for the door. This was my chance. Dad? He stopped, one foot in the hallway. What's up? Can I talk to you about something? His expression dropped, and I could see the worry etched across his features. Anything, he said, returning to the foot of my bed and sitting down. Is something bothering you? It's not one of those mean girls at school again, is it? No, not exactly. I paused, trying to find the right way to broach the subject. I finally met his gaze, my determination unwavering. My friends are having a sleepover to celebrate my birthday tomorrow night. They want me to come. Dad pursed his lips, his eyes falling to the floor. I'm sorry, Sam. You know the rules. You'll understand someday. Tears threatened to spill down my cheeks. Dad stood to leave, but I snatched his hand. Why? Why is any of this necessary? I'm a teenage girl. I want to go out with my friends. I want to stay up talking about boys. I want to be free from this bed. I can't live like this forever, Dad. He frowned. I could practically see the thoughts swimming in his head. Okay. I think you're old enough to know the truth. Dad sat back down. I could tell that this was difficult for him. This is going to sound absolutely ridiculous, but you have to bear with me. Do you remember when you were a little girl and I told you that we needed to do this so the monsters wouldn't drag you away? I furrowed my brows, but I nodded. Well, that was only a half lie. There's not some werewolf or vampire or alien creature waiting to drag you off into the night. Sam, you have to believe me, he said, taking my hand. The monster is inside of you. I cocked my head to the side, struggling to comprehend his words. What do you mean? Years ago, I made a deal with something not from this world. When you were just 7 months old, you and your mother were involved in a fatal car accident. She died on impact, but you were left in critical condition. I was desperate then. You'd been rushed to the ICU, and the doctors told me that it didn't look good. It would have taken a miracle for you to pull through without lifelong medical issues. Samantha, I have never been a religious man, but that night I prayed. I prayed to any deity that would listen just to make you healthy again. I'd already lost your mother. I couldn't lose you, too. He paused, tears running down his cheeks, before continuing. I didn't expect it to actually work, but it did. Something answered my prayer, but it didn't come without a price. In exchange for your life, this entity has been living inside you for the past 16 years. It only awakens in the moonlight, so I did the only thing I could do. I kept you from going out at night. I don't know what that thing is, but I know that if it awakens, bad things are going to happen. I know it sounds unbelievable, but this is it, the honest truth. I stared at Dad as he searched my expression. It was then that the realization finally hit me. My father was utterly insane. My finger hovered over the button. I took a deep breath, the weight of my plan sinking in, and I pressed send. Got Dad's permission. I'll be there tonight. The group chat blew up with a slew of celebratory responses. I felt a war raging inside me as I read the replies. On one hand, I was more excited than I'd ever been in my life, but at the same time, a more sensible part of me knew that I couldn't count my chickens before they hatched. I couldn't afford to screw this up. I was off from school that day. Dad was busy working his second job. He'd be gone for a good 8 hours, offering me the perfect chance to enact my scheme. "Bye, honey, I'm going to work, be back later." "Alright, bye," I replied, my heart palpitating with anticipation. I watched through the blinds as Dad's car trundled down the street. Once his taillights disappeared from view, I made a beeline for his room. He kept the key to my restraints at the back of his sock drawer. Fortunately for me, this wasn't my first time snooping through his stuff. The process to have a key duplicated was surprisingly easy. To my luck, the key was a more modern model, not one of the clunky old-timey ones seen on TV, so I didn't receive any strange looks when I asked to have it copied at the hardware store around the corner. I couldn't help but grin on the drive back home. I found myself rubbing my thumb along the smooth, metallic surface over and over again, wondering why I hadn't thought of this sooner. That key was my ticket to freedom. I loved my father, but he needed to learn that his delusions were just that, and that I was done putting up with them. I couldn't stop pacing around the house all day, eagerly awaiting bedtime. I was so anxious when it finally happened that I thought my head might explode. Dad locked the shackle around my ankle as per usual, stood, then turned back to me. "I love you, Samantha, more than you will ever know. Good night, sweetheart." "Good night, Dad. I love you too." The door shut and I waited with bated breath, listening for the sound of Dad's own bedroom door from down the hall. He was an early bird who seldom stayed up much later than I did. The second I heard the muffled sound of the door closing, I produced the key I'd hidden inside my pillowcase and tried the locking mechanism. It slipped right in and turned with a satisfying click. I pumped my fist, relishing in my newfound freedom. Though I was relieved of my restraint, I wasn't stupid enough to make an immediate dash for the back door. If I wanted this to work, I had to be certain that Dad was asleep. I figured 30 minutes would be long enough. The seconds crawled past as I awaited my escape. The "where are you" and "I can't wait for you to get here" text from my friends didn't help, but eventually the time came for me to sneak out of the house. I was giddy with excitement as I tiptoed down the hall. The silence that permeated the house felt deafening. Each soft footfall thundered in my ears as I snuck along. I tensed when I passed Dad's room. He must have been fast asleep by then, because I didn't hear so much as a peep upon reaching the back door. My breath caught in my throat as I unlocked the deadbolt. I turned the handle, inching the door open ever so slowly to prevent it from squeaking. And there it was. The night sky was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. For the first time in my teenage life, I was looking up at the stars. I took a step forward, eyes glued to the heavens, and... "Sam, what are you doing?" My blood turned to ice as my father's voice rang out through the cool night air. I turned, tears welling in my eyes. This couldn't be happening. I'd been so careful. "Sam, please, get away from the door and come back to bed," Dad said, extending a hand. I took a step back. My foot had crossed the threshold. "No, Dad, I won't," I said, unable to contain my sobs any longer. "You can't keep me like this forever. I won't do it anymore. I have a life, Dad. I want to live." I backed up, retreating so that I was standing under the moonlight, tears freely flowing down my cheeks. All the colour drained from Dad's face as he watched me extending my hands to the sky. I felt so free, so alive, so wrong. A strange sensation began to prickle the nape of my neck. It crawled across my skin, enveloping my body like a blanket. My head suddenly grew foggy, and my vision began to blur. Dad? What's happening to me? The last thing I remember was Dad rushing over to me before everything went black. My eyes were trained on the sky when I regained consciousness. A soft babbling sound drifted to my ears. My body felt strange, cool. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I began to tremble, dread swallowing me like a python as I mustered the courage to glance down. I found myself standing in a river, the water nearly up to my chin. It's been 3 weeks since then. My phone was gone and my clothes were soaked, but when I finally managed to find my way back home, sopping wet and shaken to the core, I found Dad. This time, he was shackled to the radiator, bound and gagged, but otherwise unscathed. I untied him and apologized as I fell into his warm embrace. I should have believed him. My father isn't crazy. He never was. Something sinister lives inside of me, and it wants me dead. That's why I'm determined to never let it free again. My friends and I went urban exploring in an abandoned hospital. We made a disturbing discovery. I stayed up at the entrance to the old hospital, drinking in its features. Cracks spiderwebbed along the bricks and vines had claimed most of the exterior. It was an oddity against the encroaching forest, a relic of a time long since past. It felt wrong for it to be there, out of place, which only worked to pique my interest even further. Well, are we going to stand here all day? Are we checking this sucker out? Kyle asked, lightly slapping me on the back. Let's go. Don't want to lose too much daylight, Maddie interjected, tugging my arm. As you wish. Ladies first, I replied, extending a hand to the door. Maddie rewarded me with a glare. The interior of the hospital was in an even worse state than the outside. Lights had been smashed out, graffiti coated the walls, and pink insulation hung from the ceiling above. As an avid urbex enthusiast, I was reveling in it. Something about being in a place that humans didn't belong always sent a rush of exhilaration surging through my veins. I lived for the thrill. But after what happened that day, my passion for urban exploring has been snuffed out. We were taking photos of abandoned medical equipment when Kyle brought it up. Hey guys, he spoke in a whisper, despite the fact we were alone. Yeah, I replied, sensing the tremor in his voice. Does it feel like we're being followed? I dunno, it might just be me, but something tells me that we're not the only ones here. Stop, you're trying to prank me and it's not going to work this time. How gullible do you think I am? Maddie retorted, crossing her arms. Maddie, I promise I'm not joking. Her expression faltered when she realized the severity of Kyle's tone. You're really not? Jake, is he being serious? I sighed. When Maddie got freaked out, it wasn't a good time for anyone. Things had been going smoothly up until that point, and I didn't want to ruin a good thing. Tell you what, Kyle. If we check out a couple more rooms and your sixth sense is still going haywire, we can leave. Sound good? Despite their nods of approval, I could feel the shift in the atmosphere. The tension was thicker, solid as if I could reach out and touch it. Knowing what I know now, I wish we would have left the moment Kyle said something. We continued our search with no further protest from either party. We photographed our findings in silence. That pervasive unease was still omnipresent. I kept trying to find something to say, but I couldn't arrange the words properly in my head. After a while, it was Maddie who broke the silence. "So, who's down to find the morgue?" she said as a devilish grin inched across her lips. Kyle and I shot each other a glance. Neither of us wanted to go, but we didn't really have a choice. If we refused, Maddie would call us cowards until the day we died. "Sure, let's do it," Kyle said. He tried to sound confident, but he and I both know the truth. "Alright, but after that we're leaving." My friends each nodded, and with that we set off to find the hospital's morgue. It only took us about 10 minutes. As we walked, I tried to discern if I could feel the eyes watching our every move like Kyle had described. At one point, I thought I did feel it. An intense, overwhelming sensation that we weren't alone. I found myself throwing glances behind us every so often, but I didn't voice my concerns. A decision that I regret to this day. Before I knew it, I found myself descending the stairs to the basement. Our flashlight beams danced along the staircase as we went, shedding light into the inky depths below. Once we reached the bottom, there was a long hallway with a set of double doors at the end. "Spooky, isn't it?" Maddie whispered as we continued. "Yeah, feels ominous," I said as a shiver rippled through me. The air was colder down there, lending to the creepy ambience. We paused once we reached the doors. "Okay, who wants to go first?" Maddie asked, surveying our expressions. "I think you should. You suggested it," Kyle retorted, wearing a shit-eating grin. "Yep, as I said before, ladies first," I joined in, earning me another glare. "Fine. But if I die, I'm going to come back just to take you with me." Maddie pushed open the doors and led the charge, Kyle and I following behind her. Standing in that room sent a chill down my spine. Kyle turned to me, that taunting smirk returning to his lips, and he whispered into my ear, "Let's prank Maddie. You distract her. Meanwhile, I'll climb into one of the freezer racks and make a bunch of noise in there. I bet she'll scream loud enough to wake the dead." I smiled at him. Maddie was never going to forgive us for this. "One problem," I muttered. "How are you going to close yourself in?" "I'll figure it out, just..." "Nice try, dickheads. I can hear you." Maddie glowered at us, like we were the spawns of Satan. My face flushed with colour, and sweat beaded atop my brow. Yeah, we weren't actually going to go through with it. Just an idea," Kyle said, rubbing the back of his neck. "She wasn't buying it." Bang. A sudden rattling sound erupted from one of the mortuary chambers that Kyle had centered his plot around. It started off quiet, small enough to be dismissed as nothing more than the groan of old metal, but it soon escalated to a clanging. We stared at each other, wide-eyed, our faces pale as ghosts. The sound had grown into a deafening pounding. Something was being slammed hard against the inside of the door. It was clear that Kyle's earlier premonition had been spot on. We were not alone in that hospital. We stood, frozen in shock, left to helplessly watch as the door buckled under the weight of the blows. Over and over and over again. Bang, 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 bang. To my utter horror, the door gave way. For a moment it was silent, the dented metal creaking, barely clinging to its hinges. Then, something began crawling out of the unit. Something sinister. A pair of feet emerged from the darkness. The skin was dark purple and stitching around the ankles was barely holding together. A dirty, blood-stained hospital gown followed, then a twin set of patchwork arms. Finally, the thing's head shot out of the dark as it hoisted itself off the freezer rack. That face will haunt me for the rest of my life. Stitches pieced its mottled skin together, roughly hewn flesh sallow and wrong. Its smile was crooked, too many teeth fighting for space in that twisted grin, and its eyes, they were completely black, devoid of life, devoid of a soul. Kyle suddenly grabbed my arm, hard. He ran without a word, Maddie in tow. That gave me the resolve I needed to follow them. The three of us bolted down the hallway, desperate to get away from whatever we had awoken. My heart jackhammered in my chest as I realized that we were being chased. The sound of bare feet slapping against the tile fueled my legs to work harder than they ever have before. Once we reached the stairs, I bounded up them 3 at a time, bolting for the exit the second I reached the top. The thing had been gaining on us in the basement, but once we reached the main landing, I couldn't hear those wet, awkward clops pursuing us any longer. Even so, I didn't let that stop me. I kept running, never once looking back until I burst out the front doors, unlocked my car, and threw myself into the driver's seat. Only then did I allow myself to catch my breath. A second later, Kyle threw open the passenger side door, dove in, and slammed down the lock. He turned to me, his face pale and soaked in sweat, still trying to catch his breath. He managed to croak out the words that still haunt me to this day. "Jake, where's Maddie?" My heart plummeted into my chest. She wasn't there. "We should go back?" I asked, a cold dread blanketing me at the thought. The two of us sat there staring out the windshield, praying that somehow our friend would explode out those doors and join us, but that didn't happen. We sat there for longer than I'd like to admit, completely silent, desperately grasping for a solution. Eventually, we called the cops. The police searched the entire hospital and combed the surrounding woods, but they didn't find any trace of Maddie or the man who had chased us. Aside from the text agreeing to meet that day, there was no evidence that Maddie had even been there in the first place. It was as if she simply poofed out of existence. But Kyle and I knew what really happened. We had abandoned her down there with that monstrosity. We'd put our own safety over hers. We were the reason that she was missing, and we had to live with that. Kyle and I drifted apart in the weeks that followed. Maddie still hadn't been found, and I think the weight of what we'd been through was too heavy for us to come to terms with. When I'd look at Kyle, the crushing reminder of what we'd done, or more aptly what we'd failed to do, would come flooding back. It eventually reached a point where we would only sporadically check in on one another. That is, until he sent me a strange text one afternoon. "Hey man, I need to talk to you. Not over the phone, face to face. Meet me by the pond in the park at 8 tonight." The message caught me off guard. Whatever it was that Kyle needed to tell me, it sounded urgent. As I would come to find out, it was. I found Kyle sitting on a park bench by the pond. It wasn't completely dark yet, but the sun was dipping below the horizon. As I claimed my spot beside him, I noted that he was staring off into the distance. His hair was disheveled, and it appeared as if he hadn't slept in days. "Kyle, are you okay? You look like you've been through the ringer." He turned to me, his bloodshot eyes connecting with mine. "Jake, I'm not okay. I don't think I'll ever be okay again, man. I can't take it. He was getting choked up and tears began to well in the corners of his eyes. No, you can't think like that. Everything's going to be alright. If this is about Maddie, she'll... Kyle turned to me, the stone-cold look in his face deterring me from finishing my sentence. You haven't been seeing her, have you? So it's only me. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I'm screwed, man. It's over. She's going to come for me, then she'll use me to get you and... I grabbed Kyle's shoulders and shook him. He was raving like a lunatic, an asylum patient off his meds. Snap out of it. What are you rambling about? Seeing Maddie? What does that mean? Kyle looked at me with a cold stare. His wild hair fluttered in the wind as an ominous breeze swept through. This is going to sound insane, but Maddie has been visiting me. Or what's left of her. Her mouth is stitched shut. Her hair is soaked in blood. And now she's wearing one of those hospital gowns. It got her. She's not alive anymore, Jake. That thing from the hospital, it's using her to get me. And once it does, you'll be next. I couldn't formulate a response. I stared at him, mouth agape, turning over his words in my mind. Could what he had just told me even be possible? That's it. That's all I needed to tell you. Well, and I guess I wanted to say goodbye. I doubt I'll make it much longer. Jake, I'm so scared. Tears openly streamed down his face, and my first instinct was to pull him into a hug. He sobbed while I tried to console him, failing to subdue the tremors that racked his frame. Look, it's going to work out. Trust me, you are not going to die. I'll think of a way out of this. We both knew that my words were hollow, yet it felt better than saying nothing at all. Kyle pulled away and wiped his eyes, that foreign look from when I'd first seen him returning to his face. Jake, I really hope you're right, for both our sakes. I called Kyle's mum that night and voiced my concerns. Her son was spiraling, and whether it was due to some entity gunning for his soul or some kind of vivid hallucination, I was determined to get him some help. But my efforts were all in vain. Kyle's body was found 2 days later. He'd eaten a slug from a 12 gauge. The neighbors claimed that they had heard screaming, hysterical wails like Kyle was trying to get away from someone or something. And then they reported hearing multiple gunshots, followed by an unnerving silence. No one saw anyone enter or exit the home, leaving all of the witnesses perplexed. The news painted him like a man with a rampant medical condition, a loon who let his untreated delusions frighten him into making the worst decision possible. But I know that what Kyle saw was real, because lately I've been seeing her too. She appeared for the first time the night that Kyle died, standing below a street lamp across from my window. His description of her had been deadly accurate. Maddie's eyes were stitched shut, and her arms hung limply by her sides. Her hair glistened with something dark, and the hospital gown she wore had yellow stains blotched across the front. But her smile, there was something sinister behind it, something evil pulling the strings, and I'm afraid that I'm going to find out what that thing is firsthand. 3 days have passed since then. I've started seeing Kyle too. The two of them have been moving progressively closer with each passing day. Last night they were in my room. They just stared at me, smirking, taunting me. Maddie with her unseeing eyes and grin with too many teeth. Kyle with what was left of his reconstructed face. Flesh and bone melded together to form something vaguely human. Now, I realize that they came to deliver a message. My doomsday clock is ticking down, and I only have a few hours left. Because when I awoke this morning, splattered across my bedroom wall in a deep crimson were the words, "Tonight, your soul belongs to me." I was hired as a substitute teacher. I'm not sure what I'm teaching. I lost my job last year after the divorce. My ex-wife's father owned the company. He let me go with a modest severance package. It was a dark time. For about 6 months I drank, morning until night, a slow, pathetic suicide. It's harder than it seems, killing yourself, I mean. Every morning I'd wake up like some malfunctioning phoenix. I just wanted it to be over, to descend into the sweet darkness and feel nothing. Then, in September, my debit card was declined. That sound, that scratch the machine made, indicating I had no money, that even here, amongst my derelict peers, I was on the bottom. I began to look for jobs, any jobs. I found it on Craigslist. Substitute teacher, gifted/special education. I've never been a kid person. Don't like them. Don't hate them. But I was desperate. Driving through the long, winding road to the school was like being transported in time. Jeffersonian buildings evoked a Virginian antebellum aesthetic. Tall, majestic oaks lent their shadows in the summer heat. Everyone in the area knew the school. Private, elite, graduates went to Yale, Harvard, Wharton. 2 vice presidents and 1 Speaker of the House were alumni. My Camry felt out of place in the parking lot, but like I said, I was desperate. When I walked in, the receptionist looked at me, knowing, "You're here for the substitute teaching job." I nodded. "Come with me." She walked down a long hall. I followed. We stopped at a large industrial door with a keypad. The numbers beeped, echoing down the hall as she typed in a code. An airlock whooshed as the door opened, and steps down into an underground area. She stopped at the top of the stairs, motioned for me to continue down. This is as far as I go. I hesitated. Something wasn't right. This didn't add up. She sensed it. We pay in cash, daily. I'm not proud of it, but like I said, I was desperate. "What?" I began. "Instructions are on the table." She turned around and walked out, the door humming as it closed, settling into place with a clank. The air compressors kicked in, sealing the door. My footsteps were muted as I went down, like something was absorbing the sound. At the bottom, a small hallway stretched out to another door, round like a hobbit door. Curious now, I walked towards it. My hands caressed it. Thick, rich wood, warm to the touch, it felt alive. To the left of the door was a small cubby with a paper. It simply read, "Rules." Underneath, "These children are special children, scholarship students who board at Westlake. For their success and your safety, the following rules must be followed. Number 1. When the children start whispering, do not turn your back on them. Number 2. The nurse will take them out sometimes. When they come back, do not make eye contact for 15 minutes. Number 3. Do not try and help them after their nurse's visit. Number 4. Insubordination must be immediately punished by pressing the button. Number 5. Your payment is in the envelope. Do not take it until the day is done. Failure to adhere will absolve management of responsibility for harm. Weird, but there was an envelope under the end sheet with 7 crisp $100 bills. The lure of quick cash overrode any misgivings I had. Just then, the bell rang. I walked to the hobbit door, which was now cracked open. Inside was a classroom. Oddly enough, the children filed in from another entrance. 27 of them, second graders. They seemed normal, just a little quiet. A folder on the desk had my lesson plans for the day. I began teaching. At around 10 a.m, the children had recess. They exited their door. I watched through the window as they ran outside onto a lawn and began running back and forth. Suddenly it struck me. We were underground, or so I thought. How was this level with the ground outside? Maybe the rear of the school went downhill and I just hadn't noticed it as I came in. When they came back in, their energy was lower. I was writing on the chalkboard when it started, a faint whispering like the rustling of fall leaves. My hand froze on the chalkboard. I tried to turn, but I was stuck. The whispering grew, like bees, angry, humming, swarming. The lights dimmed, taking on a late evening glow. Heart hammering, I summoned all my will and moved my head about 1/4 of an inch. On the edge of my vision, a shadowy form loomed where the first desk was. As I looked, it coalesced into one of the students. The whispering grew angry, but I felt its grip on me loosen. I moved my head further, and more shadowy forms congealed into young children. I wrenched my neck facing the class. The sound shattered, and everything came to normal. The lights brightened. After a long moment, one of the boys raised his hand. Yes? I didn't know his name. Johnny, he said. Yes, Johnny, I replied. The answer is 7, he said. It took me a moment, then it struck me. He was solving the problem I had written on the board. Like nothing had ever happened. That's correct, I stammered. Just then, the bell rang. I looked at the clock. Somehow it was 2:45. Dismissal time. 2.5 hours had just disappeared. I watched as these children, who had just moments ago been something else, as they stood up and ran out the door. I felt lucky to be alive, grabbed the envelope, ran up the stairs. Through the compression of the doors, as I walked out, I saw her. She looked surprised. You're alive? I nodded, yes. Okay, see you tomorrow? She asked. I touched the wad of cash in my pocket, thought about the party I'd be throwing tonight. Yes, I said, walking out into the afternoon. The sun was warm, but as I looked at the school, my heart skipped in my chest. Behind it, hills rose into the Blue Ridge Mountains. The wind blew, the rustle of the leaves like a whisper. My blood ran cold. I needed a drink. Part 2. I finally met the nurse. The whoosh of the air, the click of the door as it locked into place. It's kind of funny when you think about it. The oddities of life that can become habitual. Normalize is what our couples therapist called it when I was coupled and in need of therapy. Even the slight pressure change in my ears, like when I dived down deep in the lake at my grandma's place. It was a small lake and I wanted to see how deep it would go, so I'd swim down into the dark until my lungs screamed for air. I wanted desperately to reach the bottom, to find solid ground in the murky black, but it always kept going down, and when I'd swim upwards, breach the surface, lungs gasping, I'd tell myself, next time. I felt that nostalgic pressure against my ears as I descended the stairs. Funny, I hadn't thought about my childhood in years. Loretta was her name, the woman in the office at the school. She looked at me strangely when I stepped back into her office 2 days ago. I didn't think you'd be back, she remarked. It was one of those comments you're not really sure the correct response to. Money's good, I said, and it was. 3 days, $2,100. My landlord was shocked when I handed her the cash. I don't even want to know how you got this cash, she said wryly, pocketing my rent. No, you don't, I thought. But I won't be homeless for at least 2 more weeks. Loretta laughed, as if I said something funny. Money's good, she repeated, then stood and touched my arm, like a caress, as we walked towards the door. It felt intimate. I realized I hadn't been touched like that in, well, I can't even remember how long. So I came back, and again. Nothing had happened out of the ordinary, whatever this new ordinary was. I obeyed the rules, stood sideways while writing on the board. Today, when I reached the bottom, that feeling of swimming through the darkness stayed with me. I approached the hobbit door. I reached for the handle when I noticed the paper had moved. The list of rules, glancing at it, there was a change. The nurse will take them out sometimes. When they come back, do not make eye contact for 15 minutes. Do not try and help them after their nurse's visit. Odd, these two had been underlined. There was a slight visual disorientation walking in the room. Knowing there were mountains behind the class, mountains I had seen moments ago, internally we extrapolate out what should be happening, expectations of how the world will proceed along a given path. Yet, the windows opened to a field that should have been, in my estimation, a good 20 to 30 feet underground. I'm not sure I'll ever normalize that. After recess, the kids ran back into the room, seemingly normal. They sat down and I started into our math lesson. When I'm writing on the chalkboard, with the kids in my peripheral, I can see the hobbit door, but my back's to their entrance. I was going over subtraction and remainders when the hair on my arms stood on end. The air felt charged, like the moments before a lightning strike. The children were utterly still. Not a single movement. Turning, I saw her, the nurse. Tall, almost perfect features, but when you looked at them, the features seemed to swim. Like an AI rendering of a human, where the image is constantly being generated. Even now, I can't conjure a picture of her in my head. With her entrance, the whispers came back, not directly, but around the edges of my consciousness. The children, in unison, turned their heads and watched a young, dark-haired girl in the third row stand and walk forward, her face blank, emotionless, her body relaxed. But her eyes seemed to scream for help. Tears welled at the corners. I wanted to grab her, hug her, protect her, keep her safe. The other children's heads followed her path in unison, feeling the fear for her. With her, all as one. Suddenly, I desperately wished I knew her name. It was temporary, I had told myself. Don't get attached. So I had made a conscious decision not to learn their names, besides Johnny, who I tried to forget. I made up my mind to earn my money, then leave behind this place and whatever evil lurked within its walls. But watching this child walk, frightened towards this grotesque creature, I couldn't help myself. My mouth opened in protest to what I have no clue. Like a striking viper, the nurse's head snapped towards me. The charge in the room grew to an overwhelming crescendo. She seemed to grow closer, larger as I felt the pressure of my brain swelling against my skull, the fluid in my eyes bulging. An artery deep in my head began to expand, balloon outwards. The weak link in some biological chain straining to the limit. Then the children turned, as one, towards the nurse. The whispers grew in intensity. There was a terse standoff happening, something way beyond my ability to grasp, with my life hanging in the balance. Whatever darkness they had within, the darkness that had almost consumed me, they were now turning this darkness on her. A look of confusion crossed the nurse's face. Then the girl reached the nurse. Despite her fear, she reached up, took the nurse's hand. The nurse held her gaze on me, internal pressure building for a long moment. I was on the edge of consciousness, barely holding on, waiting for death. Then, abruptly, it stopped. I collapsed into my chair, mind swimming. The little girl looked back at me, and the last thing I really remember is the concern in her eyes. Concern for me. And the enmity on the nurse's face. I don't remember the bell ringing, leaving, walking up the stairs. Just the hiss of the door behind me and the click as it locked into place. I do know the little girl didn't come back into class that day. I resolved to find out her name. Tomorrow. Learn all of their names. They were dangerous for sure, but maybe they were children, for God's sake. Maybe they were victims too. Outside Loretta's door, I opened the envelope. In it was 10 crisp $100 bills. I poked my head in. I'm not complaining, but... I said, holding out the money. Loretta looked up. Hazard pay. Is that common? I asked. She looked at me, amused. From the children, yes. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. Come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. I kept expecting her face to shift like the nurse. They like you, though, she smiled, flirtatious, seductive, human. I could feel her hand on my shoulder from earlier and ached for that touch. Any human connection. Walking outside, the evening breeze carried a faint sharpness of fall. I took a deep, cleansing breath deep into my lungs. It dawned on me that twice in the past week I had nearly died within those walls. In retrospect, this was my last real chance to leave, consequence-free, to avoid everything that came after. Any normal person would have walked away right then and there. Just one more week, I told myself, and I'll go. $3,500 plus the $1,000 from today. That would set me up for a few months, plus Loretta. The leaves rustled, whispering their approval. One more week, whispering at the edges of my consciousness. Not just the leaves. Stay a little longer, they said, the whispers. I shivered against the cold, against their presence, against the nurse, against Loretta. Deep down, my bones cried out for a drink. For just a while, I didn't want to feel anything. Sweet oblivion. Part 3. The girl returned. The whoosh of the air, the lock clicking into place. Our lives are governed by cycles. The fundamental aspect of a cycle lies in repetition. That is its very nature. As we sink into these cycles in our lives, day in, day out, this familiarity can even transmute into a source of comfort. Whoosh, click. We can become used to just about anything, I supposed. Loretta's laugh, the way she tilted her head up at me just so. Visits from the nurse, how that little girl came back. Enough cycles and even the strangest of circumstance settles into normalcy. We don't recognize that the same walls that comfort are the walls which imprison. Golden shackles binding us to the ever-turning wheel. Whoosh, click. Until the day that something jolts us out of it. Something shocking, breaking the rhythm, upsetting the pattern. I made a solemn oath to myself that Friday would be my last day of work, and this one I would keep. My bank account, I had a bank account, with a positive balance. Whoosh, click. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The last time we spoke, I believe, was the day the little girl was taken by that thing. Tuesday, I believe. My thinking is getting clearer, but my memory grows hazier. A cognitive myopia, mental nearsightedness. Even that. I use these fancy words, but I can't remember my ex-wife's face clearly. I hadn't slept well after the nurse took her. A brush with death can have that effect. Tossing and turning. Every time I drifted off, I felt that vein in the back of my head, deep within, pulsing, throbbing. They say that after someone loses a limb, they still have the sensation of that limb being there. Phantom limbs, it's called. That was occurring in the back of my head. The memory of a sensation still firing the electrical charges across the neuronal synapses. Consciousness is such an odd thing. We rarely notice it until it goes wrong. I must have fallen asleep, because when I woke up to my phone ringing, it was my ex-wife and her lawyer wanting to finalize some elements of the divorce. When I tried to see her face, it was blurry in my mind. This was a woman I had known since we were 14. She was, family. Not in the I married her sense, but in the... God, it makes me sad thinking about her, feeling that hole in my life, visceral, like someone ripped the sinews from my bones. I can feel it, her, but can't see her face. The memory of where she used to be pulsed, but I couldn't see her. Driving to the school through the winding mountain roads, she called. No lawyer this time. Jeremy, my name coming from her mouth like a stranger. Yeah, I answered. Are you okay? She asked, real concern in her voice. Does it matter? I asked. You're gone. Silent as I pulled up into the parking lot. I have to go. Work, I said. Jeremy, she said. In her voice you could hear there was so much she wanted to say. Fear, regret, doubt perhaps. Take care of yourself, was all she could muster. I hung up. That chapter was over. I knew it in my marrow. Some things, once removed, can never be put back. Despite all the king's horses and all the king's men, all Humpty could be was a tragic warning for the next thrill seeker up on that wall. Whoosh. Another turn of the cycle. Click. The door settled into place, the slight pressure against my ears as I descended the stairs. I was early, so sat in my desk reviewing my lesson plan. Hadn't even flirted with Loretta. All I could see was that little girl's face, her dark curls, her soft eyes, the concern she had for me as she walked away with the nurse. Right after recess, the children all grew still. The air thickened, crackling with static. I didn't look but could see the shape of the nurse in the doorway, a smaller shape in front of her. The smaller shape was amorphous, like when the children had changed on the first day. It staggered across to the third row with what I assumed was awkward shuffling steps, settled into the open chair 4 rows back. I wanted to look at her, to run to her, see if she was okay, but that thing wasn't her. Deep within, I knew it. I could feel the nurse's eyes on me, probing, testing, like it wanted me to act up, spoiling for a war. What were the rules? I'm pretty sure the paper had said wait 15 minutes, but it's pretty sure certain enough in such a situation. So I noted the time on the clock and kept writing on the board, the children ensconced in my periphery. After about 2 minutes, the nurse withdrew, not walked away, just faded back into the hall like a receding tide. Then the shape that was the girl moaned. Heart-rending, the anguished cry of an animal caught in a trap. A sound that awakens the protective instinct wound deep within our DNA. And I could hear the whispers, dark, angry, but this time buzzing around in a cloud around her. After about 5 minutes, the other children began to move. Slowly at first, little twitches, then shuffling, from the edge of my vision. The shape began to coalesce into the form of the little girl. 7 minutes had passed since the nurse left. She moaned again, and the other children turned towards her. They let out smaller moans and squirmed uncomfortably. Sympathy pains? Maybe. They seemed to feel what she felt. At 12 minutes, the girl was fully there. I could see her face, her legs, the tufts of hair at the end of her braid. I wanted to take her, hold her, keep her safe. The clock ticked. Every second an eternity. Cycles. Tick, tick. Finally, 15 minutes had passed. With the extra 2 from when the nurse watched me, I felt comfortable that the rules supported me. I ran to her. She lifted her chin, tears in her eyes. "Are you okay?" I asked, wiping a tear from her cheek. The children murmured. This sound was new, like the whispers, but somehow in support. "Yes," she said. "It's just pain." She seemed confused that I was caring. "What's your name?" I asked gently. "Magaira," she said softly, placing her hand on the desk. Its appearance was shocking. The index finger and middle finger's nails were a deep purple, with bluish veins leading from them. She winced in pain as I lifted it, then looked at the other hand. It bore the same markings. She looked at me in wonder. "Why do you do this?" "You're in pain," I said. "Yes, and?" "When you see someone suffering, you want to relieve their pain, to help them somehow," I said. The murmurs again, louder. Johnny raised his hand. "Yes?" "So if somebody is weak, you help them?" he asked. "Yes. What else would you do?" The murmurs grew louder. "The weak are fed upon," he answered. Just then, the dismissal bell rang. I stared as the children got up and ran out the door. Magaira was last, moving slowly, still in considerable pain. When she got to the door, she looked at me, torn between pain and joy. She smiled. It hit me that I had never seen the children laugh. They would run after each other, play games, but that key tenet of childhood had never erupted forth from their lips. She stood there for a minute, in the doorway, like a wild creature observing a civilian, then gone. Whoosh, click. Loretta was waiting outside, in the glow of the evening. Magic hour, they call it, and the enchantment lay thick in the setting rays of the sun. She was radiant. She stepped in close to me. I could smell her, honeysuckle in the early fall. She took my hand. "You have kind eyes," she said. "Those children." She squeezed my hand tighter. "They're important," she said. My body responded to her touch, to her smell. I fought a valiant battle against millennia of evolution. But who are they? She leaned in close to my ear. "Scholarship. We offer them a better life," she said, then let my hand go. She looked up at me with those wide doe eyes. "You're doing an amazing job with them." Her body brushed mine as she walked back into the school. Later, at the bar, Silvio sat next to me. He ordered a White Russian, me a beer. I paid. 2 more days, why not celebrate? Cash bulged in my pocket. Click, whoosh. The bartender opened the bottle. Symphony in reverse, the other dominant cycle of my life. Click, whoosh, drink. I pressed the glass against my lips. The frigid liquid ran down my throat, on the path to sweet oblivion. The bartender sat the milk carton on the bar. I froze. Beer poured out the side of my mouth. Whoa, whoa, careful. You're going to develop a drinking problem, Silvio exclaimed. I coughed and choked, set the beer on the bar. Bile rose in the back of my throat as I rushed out the door. Racing against nature, I stumbled to a bush. Liquid spewed from my throat as my stomach contracted over and over. Walking back into the bar, I sat down and stared. You okay, buddy? Silvio asked. No, I'm not. I didn't even know they still put missing children on milk cartons. I grabbed the carton and set down a large tip. Party's just getting started, Silvio proclaimed. Not for me, I thought. For me, the party's over. Magaira's sweet face stared at me from the back of the milk carton. I knew things were about to change. A gear deep within some ancient machinery had ground to a halt. The cycle broken. Missing, it said, but that wasn't the strangest part. The strangest part lay below that, where the missing since date was printed. September 23rd, 1992. I tasted bile in the back of my throat. Whoosh, click. My wife is convinced that I've been replaced. Please help me. I don't know what to do. Yes, it probably sounds insane. I should start with the backstory, but God, how hard it is to remember the simple, happy times before everything that happened. I met my wife, Catherine, when she was 24 and I was 28. We lived in a small town in Kentucky. You'd have trouble finding it even with a map, and the population was tiny. Everyone knew each other. I'd worked as an electrician all my life, first at a factory, then I started my own small business. Repairs, wiring, private jobs. My love life had never really worked out until I met her. She worked as an elementary school teacher, smiled at every child, was kind and polite to everyone. My Catherine was the only ray of light in the darkness around me. I loved her for her simplicity. She could find joy in the most ordinary things. Morning coffee, the smell of wet grass, a cheap movie on the couch. We didn't have much money, but we had peace, a home, a dog, and that feeling that everything was right, that everything would be fine. I spent evenings fixing things, while she wrote lesson plans or knitted. Sometimes we'd sit in silence, listening to the crickets, or stay up all night talking about everything and nothing, thinking about children and what we'd name them. Back then, it felt like life had finally found its meaning. The problems began maybe 2 months ago. At first, small things. She started having trouble sleeping, then began looking at me strangely, as if something in my face disturbed her. I asked if everything was okay and she laughed. Sorry, just tired. The kids at school are driving me crazy. Gradually though, I can't even say exactly when it got worse. She slept less, not because she had insomnia, but because she was afraid to fall asleep. I asked her what was wrong, but she said she was fine. Still, when we lay together, she'd suddenly get up and go into another room, returning only at dawn. She started having nightmares, but never told me what they were. One day, I lost my temper. You have to understand, I was just worried about my wife. From the lack of sleep, she started to look worse. Dark circles under her eyes, red eyes, pale skin. She lost weight, and every time I tried to help, she pushed me away. So I sat her down across from me and directly asked what she was dreaming about. She was silent for a long time, trembling and glancing at me furtively, as if she was afraid. And then, when tears began to roll down her cheeks, she whispered, There's a man in my dreams. God, I'm scared, Tom. I went to hug her, and when I reached for her, she flinched, as if I'd frightened her. After that, things seemed to get better, or so I thought. How wrong I was. She used to ask how my day went, but now she just stared out the window. With each passing day, she spoke to me less and less, her words short and dry, and then she'd go to the bathroom or kitchen for some errands, closing the door behind her. And it wasn't just the silence, her eyes had changed. If before they were green, emerald-like, full of life and love, now her gaze made my spine go cold. There wasn't anger or hatred there, no. It was something closer to mistrust, weariness, as if she was seeing me for the first time. Over the next week, I began to feel anxious, a strange burning under my skin, as if something was wrong, but I couldn't tell where the crack was until I realized she was studying me. When I drank coffee, I could feel her eyes on me. I'd look up and she'd immediately turn away, pretending to slice fruit, but her fingers trembled and the knife froze halfway to the board. I'd step outside for a smoke, and when I turned around, I'd see her peeking through the curtain, then she'd instantly close it. When I showered, I'd catch her watching me, studying my body, then she'd run away. She started doing it even while I slept. She almost stopped talking to me, instead writing something in a notebook and hiding it as soon as I entered the room. Photos began to disappear from their frames. She'd talk on the phone with someone, but hang up the moment I came in. I made an appointment with a psychologist first, but she refused, said she was afraid to be near me. It all happened so suddenly. It seemed just yesterday we were stargazing in each other's arms, and now this. The strangeness grew every day. Sometimes she asked me to sleep on the couch. I agreed, hoping it would calm her, but it was useless. Her paranoia only worsened. It got to the point where, when I tried to hug her, she screamed, "Don't come near me," and flinched, as if I'd hit her. After one of those nights, I decided I had to find out what was really going on, even if it meant taking her to a doctor afterward. I pretended to be asleep when she stood in the hallway. Then she slowly approached, soft, careful steps. She stopped at the foot of the bed, and for several seconds there was a dead silence, broken only by her uneven breathing. I could feel her watching, not just watching, comparing. That's when I became truly terrified, a cold dread twisting inside me as my wife became something I couldn't recognize. Then the bed shifted slightly. She sat down on the edge. The air grew heavy. I could feel her stare physically, like pressure on my skin. Then her cold fingers gently touched my wrist, held it for a few seconds, then quickly let go, as if burned, and whispered, "Pulse faster than Tom's." My heart clenched so hard I nearly twitched. She leaned closer. I could hear her breathing against my face, short, shaky. She smelled of lavender and something sour that made goosebumps crawl down my back. Her lips barely moved. I remember clearly. Tom had a small scar right here. She touched my cheek, but you don't. I clenched my teeth to keep from gasping. Those few seconds of silence lasted an eternity. What scar? I never had a scar on my cheek. I'd know if I did. I wanted to sink into the ground and scream all at once, but I kept lying still until I heard a choked sob and her fading footsteps. The door slammed. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding furiously. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, too afraid to close my eyes. In the morning, I went to work early, dreading the hours until my shift ended. That evening, over dinner, I said, "Kate, we need to talk. What's going on?" She gripped her fork so tightly her knuckles turned white, then looked me dead in the eye. "Tom, you've been acting strange." "What do you mean?" "I don't know. Sometimes you look different. Sometimes your voice sounds wrong. You even smell different." I didn't know what to say. My head was chaos, and somehow I just laughed. "Kate, maybe you're just imagining things?" "I don't know, Tom." My eyes fell on the knife rack. There was a clean strip of dust where the largest kitchen knife should have been, the one we use for everything, bread, meat, anything. I distinctly remembered it being there before that night. My heart slammed into my throat with a primal panic. I looked at Kate, and she was staring right at me. I wanted to speak, but couldn't. It hit me then. My wife might be planning to kill me. The next morning, she left for work, and I, like a caged animal, started searching the house. I hadn't slept in nearly 48 hours. I know I should have just left or taken her to a hospital, but she's my wife. I love her. She has to see that I am me. I tore through the apartment, frantic, desperate to find something, anything, that would help me understand what was happening to her, and I did. After about an hour, in the back of the closet behind a pile of sweaters, I found her wooden box. Old, slightly cracked, the lid was ajar, and when I opened it, a thick notebook fell into my hands. It smelled of coffee and sweat. Her initials on the cover, written in her neat cursive. My heart froze as I realized that it was the diary she'd been hiding from me. The paper bent under my fingers. Her handwriting familiar, but this time jagged, shaky, the page stained with what looked like tears. He's sleeping. I stand by the bed and watch. He looks like Tom, but he's not. Tom had a scar on his left hand from that accident by the river. This one's skin is smooth. He smiles, but the smile doesn't reach his eyes. Something replaced him. I keep counting days, marking steps. If the real Tom, my husband, is alive, where is he? A wave of nausea rose in my throat. With each page, her handwriting grew more erratic. I tested his speech. He says "I love you" in the same tone, but without warmth, not like before. Tom smelled of vanilla, but this one smells of dust and cheap cologne. I couldn't believe what I was reading. My knees trembled, the air around me tightened like a noose. I flipped to the last page. "I can't let this thing stay in our house. It wears his smile, his name. I tried talking to it, begging, but it just smiled and said all the right words. It didn't defend itself. Maybe because it isn't afraid. Its right hand twitches when it lies. I could have killed it today, but for some reason I couldn't. I know I have to, for Tom. I won't let some monster wear his skin." My hands were slick with sweat. My whole body was sweating, even though the room was cold. I placed the diary on the bed and sat down, trying to process everything I just read. An accident? God, she was exaggerating. All that came out of it was a concussion and some bruised ribs. I stayed in the hospital for about a week. Yeah, 7 days. Then my phone rang, making me jump. It was Sheriff Martin, a kind old man I'd known for years. "Tom, everything alright over there?" Catherine called, said someone's living in your house pretending to be her husband. I froze. "What did you say?" "Says you're not you. I've known her for years, always seemed stable. Domestic quarrel, huh?" "No, just stress. She's tired." Evening came slowly. I sat on the couch, elbows on my knees, looking at an old photograph, the one that used to sit on our mantel before all this. Catherine and I, by the lake, smiling, her arms around me, the sun so bright that day we had to squint. I stared at us, at the little details, her blonde hair catching the light, her hand around mine, the green shimmer in our eyes. It felt like a lifetime ago. When the door creaked open, I nearly jumped. My wife's, if I can still call her that, steps were slow and tired, her bag thudding softly to the floor. She looked exhausted, her eyes red, her hair a mess. I stood holding the diary. "Kate, we need to talk." She looked at me wearily, like a trapped animal sensing a snare. "What's that in your hand?" Her voice was even, but something trembled in it. I found this. I need to understand what's happening," I said, showing her the diary. Catherine froze. For a moment, I thought she'd break down crying, but instead, she slowly stepped closer, looking straight into my face, her cold breath brushing against my skin. "So what did you figure out, Tom? That I'm crazy? You think I've lost my mind, don't you?" "No. You wrote that I've been replaced, that I don't have a scar." She turned away, her lips pressed tight. "Tom had one. We even joked it made him look tougher." "Listen, sweetheart." I took a step closer, a strange knot tightening in my gut. "I'm the same man. I remember everything. How we met, the candles at our wedding, how you laugh when we watch comedies, what you said about that stupid show when we finished it. I remember everything, Catherine. It's me." She stared at me, unblinking, her shoulders trembling as if she were freezing. I looked into her eyes, and there was something there, pain and horror mixed together, as if I stood before her as someone both familiar and wrong. "You say it like you've rehearsed it," she whispered. "Because it's true." I stepped closer, my voice cracking into a shout. "What do I have to do for you to believe me? What?" Catherine said nothing, just breathed heavily, like she was fighting herself, staring into my eyes. Then she suddenly backed away, step by step, toward her bag. I didn't realize what was happening at first. She bent down, as if for a handkerchief, and in the next moment I saw the glint of metal, a knife, the missing one. "Kate," I breathed disbelievingly. "Catherine, put it down. Stop. Stop pretending, you monster." I managed a half step toward her. She raised her hand. At first, I thought she was only threatening me. Panic tightened my fists. I wanted to yell, to grab her shoulders, to make her listen, but then a strike. Burning pain slashed through my chest. Everything went white. The last thing I saw was her face, so familiar, twisted by terror and despair at once. She stood over me, her hand trembling, her lips whispering something like, "Tom, where are you, my love?" And then everything went dark. I woke up in a hospital. At first, nothing but fog, then the smell of antiseptic and the faint beep of a monitor, unfamiliar voices. I tried to move my head, pain shot through my body. The doctor explained I'd lost a lot of blood, but somehow survived. The knife missed my heart by an inch. Catherine had run away. I listened, not believing any of it was real. A couple of days later, Martin came by. I told him everything about the knife, the diary, her thinking I wasn't me. He listened, frowning, taking notes. When he finished and was about to leave, he turned back. Didn't expect this from Catherine. Don't worry, we'll find her. When you're discharged, come by my place. I got some Cuban cigars from a friend. We'll relax a bit. Without thinking, I said, I don't smoke. He frowned, about to say something, but then just nodded and left, closing the door behind him. For several minutes I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to come to terms with everything that had happened. Then I noticed a small mirror in the corner of the room. I looked at my reflection and froze. My face was pale, my lips dry, but that wasn't what caught my attention. Interesting. Can eyes change color from green to blue? My Furby saved my life. My sister Maya loves plushies and dolls. She collects them from everywhere. Garage sales, thrift stores, vacations, and random stores she finds online. Her bedroom shelves are crowded with soft faces and glassy eyes staring out from every corner. A few of them, though, are different. Not broken exactly, but wrong. My brother Jake calls them haunted. This story is about one of them, a Furby named Bub. We didn't find Bub in a dusty box or a haunted attic. He came from a regular toy store in the mall, brand new and perfectly wrapped. His fur was spotless, his plastic eyes bright, his box untouched. Maya loved him instantly. I liked him too, even though something about him made me uneasy. Jake hated him from the moment he saw him. He said Bub's eyes followed him around the room. At first, I thought Jake was exaggerating. Then I started to notice things. The way Bub's gaze seemed to catch the light even when the room was dark. The faint, broken, whirring sound that came from him at night. Sometimes, when the house was quiet, I could swear I heard a whisper from Maya's room, a faint, mechanical voice. Bub stayed in Maya's room with her other plushies, so it wasn't unusual when she came home one day holding something new. She had found a porcelain doll at a garage sale she visited with our mum. The doll had pale skin, a blue dress trimmed with lace, and deep green glass eyes. I found her at number 66, Maya said proudly. Her name is Clara. From the moment Clara entered the house, Bub went quiet. Completely silent. No clicks, no whirs, no whispers. I didn't think much of it at first, but later I realized that something in the air had changed. When I went into Maya's room one evening to borrow a notebook, I passed by Bub on the shelf. He was staring at the door, and when I reached for the notebook, a low, garbled whisper came from him, too faint to understand. It was probably my imagination, but it sounded like, "Hungry, feed me." Maya started carrying Clara everywhere. She talked to her constantly, like the doll was whispering back. Within a week, Maya looked different. She had grown pale, her cheeks hollow, her hair thinner. She barely ate, barely slept. Jake and I tried to talk to our parents, but they laughed it off. "She's just being creative," Mum said. I didn't think creativity made someone look like they were fading away. One night, I decided to get rid of Clara myself. The moonlight was weak when I slipped into Maya's room. Everything was still. Her dolls watched from the shelves, and Bub's eyes glimmered faintly from the dresser. As I crept toward the bed, I could have sworn one of his eyes flickered closed, like a wink. Clara lay beside Maya, her green eyes half open. Up close, she looked unnervingly human. Her hair seemed thicker than before, her cheeks faintly pink, her lips slightly parted in what almost looked like a smile. When I picked her up, her body was ice cold. The chill ran down my arms. I didn't stop to think. I just rushed outside and threw her into the trash bin. That was supposed to be the end of it. The next morning, Maya walked downstairs with Clara in her arms. The doll looked newer than ever, her hair shiny, her eyes bright. Maya looked exhausted, but she was smiling. When I met Clara's gaze, I thought I saw amusement there, a kind of quiet, knowing victory. A week later, our parents went away for their anniversary. It was just the three of us, Jake, Maya, and me, left in the house with a freezer full of pizza. That night, the table felt heavy with silence. Maya sat opposite me, pale and distant, with Clara perched neatly on her lap. Every so often, Maya's hand twitched, as though someone were tugging invisible strings. "Do you want a bite, Clara?" Maya asked softly. Jake sighed. "Oh my god, Maya. It's a doll. It doesn't eat pizza. Can you stop being weird?" Maya looked up. Her eyes didn't look brown anymore. They were cloudy, with a faint greenish tint. "Clara says you shouldn't talk to me like that," she said, "or you'll get punished." Jake laughed, but it was uneasy. "Okay, that's enough." Her voice changed then. It deepened, hollow and wrong. "You don't take us seriously." Before I could move, Maya grabbed the steak knife beside her plate and drove it into Jake's hand. He screamed, jerking back as the lights flickered out, plunging the room into darkness. When they blinked on again, Jake was clutching his bleeding hand, and Maya was already running upstairs, the doll clutched tight against her chest. I remember those green eyes glinting as she turned the corner. I didn't think. I just followed. Maya's bedroom door slammed shut behind me as I entered. The curtains were drawn, the air cold. I could hear her breathing somewhere in the dark. I fumbled for the light switch, terrified of what I might see. When the light came on, Maya was sitting on the floor, her back to me. Clara's arms were wrapped around her neck like a child's embrace. The doll's head turned slowly toward me, her lips curling into a painted smile. "Come play with me, Noah," she said. Her voice wasn't Maya's or anyone's. It was flat, distorted, like a recording of a broken radio. "Leave her alone," I shouted, my voice shaking. Clara tilted her head. "I feel no guilt," she whispered. "I feed on your family in plain sight." Her hands uncurled from Maya's shoulders as she lowered herself on the ground. Slowly, she made her way over to me and stretched her hand toward me, fingers stiff and pale. Then another voice broke the silence. "Stop." It came from the dresser. Bub's eyes were glowing a deep red. His tiny plastic beak opened, and a low rumble filled the room. "Who are you?" Clara hissed. "I am your master," Bub said. His voice was layered and mechanical, but heavy with authority. "Bow down to me." Clara screamed, a sound that rattled the walls. Her porcelain face cracked down the middle. Smoke rose from her chest as she twisted and convulsed. "You can't stop me," she shrieked. Bub's eyes flared brighter. "Bow," he said, "or burn." Clara's body splintered, then melted, collapsing into a puddle of wax and ash. Her last cry was a high, thin wail that shattered the lamp beside Maya's bed. Then, silence. Bub's head turned toward me. His eyes dimmed to normal. "Delicious," he whispered. And then he was still. We told the police it was an accident, that Jake had stabbed himself while goofing around. They believed us. Maya doesn't remember what happened that night, and she's healthier now. Her colour has returned, her laughter too. Clara is gone, reduced to a blackened stain on the floorboards. But sometimes, I catch Bub watching me from the dresser. His plastic face blank, his eyes a little too bright. I know better now than to underestimate him. Because one spring morning, I woke to a familiar sound drifting through the vent between our rooms. A soft, electronic chirp, followed by a whisper that froze me where I lay. "Hungry. Feed me." I found a solution to dealing with the homeless problem in my neighborhood. It all started when Sally moved in. I live in the uptown neighborhood of a metro area. Used to be really swanky back before the liberals took over. My next door neighbor, Cardinal, is a typical bleeding heart who's too nice for her own good. And that's how she wound up with the tent pitched on her land. She claims she doesn't mind. Maybe because her yard is kind of a mess anyway. Among the rainbow flags and overgrown vegetables, and all the kids' toys scattered around, there's also lots of weeds and random rocks and shit. She tells me how she finds these pretty crystals by the river. They're literally just white rocks. But as neighbors go, she's alright. Gives me tomatoes from her garden and always invites me for a bite when she grills. She has a bad back, so to return the favour, I shovel her sidewalk in the winter. We've always been cordial, neighbourly. But you know what's not neighbourly? Inviting a bum to pitch a tent in your backyard for weeks. I made the mistake of being friendly about it when I first noticed the colourful nylon. "Kids camping outside?" I asked. "Oh, that's my friend Sally," said Cardinal. "She's just staying a few weeks, till she gets back on her feet." Uh-huh. The storm clouds must have been clear on my brow, because Cardinal kept talking. "It's just a few days, Frank. She lost her job, but she'll find a place. She's a good woman." A few days, huh? A few weeks later, the tent was starting to look like Sally's permanent residence. It was getting more elaborate, piles of junk around it that the frumpy, weathered-looking woman claimed were things that she planned on selling to earn a little income. Sally claimed to be an artist, making small sculptures out of found objects. She told me, "I take other people's junk, and I make it into something beautiful. Do you have a favorite animal? I could make you one, if you like, for your yard." Why would I put garbage in my yard? I asked her how her search for housing was going. She sighed, getting teary-eyed, and told me in her nervous, mousy way that her social worker was trying, but everywhere was full. The city didn't seem inclined to do anything either when I called them to complain. It's the kind of progressive city that lets people grow native plants, i.e., let the weeds take over everything, and doesn't require mowing, and gets rid of loitering laws to allow indignants to hang out smoking and drinking wherever they please. It seemed like I was just stuck with this tent and that whole goddamn menagerie of garbage animals. Then, one day, I came across the junk man. I'd seen signs up all over the neighborhood. Junk man, we'll take any junk. Call XX. Once in a while, from afar, I glimpsed a stooped, rather decrepit figure cart off old bikes, tires, partially destroyed fences. What the junk man got from all of this, I had no idea. There was no fee listed. Strangest thing. Anyway, one day I spotted that tattered figure putting up signs on a telephone pole, and I called out jokingly, "Hey, I got some junk you can take out," sticking my thumb toward the tent with its menagerie of found object sculptures. The junk man turned to look at me over a bony shoulder. That's when I realized he was actually a she, with wild grey hair and ruby red lips. Her head almost like an owl's. Like I'd swear it was about to keep turning on that turkey neck, like a screw. And then her eyes shifted to the tent. She asked in a raspy voice, "The art or the artist?" I chuckled. "Well, if you can take the artist, please do. Been mucking up my view for a month now." She nodded. "Hey, how come you call yourself junk man if you're a woman?" "Better for business. No one will call an old woman to haul junk." "Fair enough." Fast forward a few days. I heard my neighbor outside calling and calling for Sally. Apparently the artist had vanished, seemingly into thin air, but had left all of her stuff, including the tent. Honestly, I assumed that Sally had gotten worried about winter and moved on, leaving poor Cardinal with the mess to clean up. I asked Cardinal if we should try calling the junk man to deal with the tent, cheaper than renting a dumpster. "Oh my gosh, was she around here? I keep tearing down her posters. She's bad news. Haven't you heard the rumors?" When I shook my head, Cardinal said, "I don't like to speak ill of people, but my friend Joan, she said her ex-boyfriend hated her dog and asked the junk man to take it. The next day it disappeared. She'll take anything. They say she uses some sort of witchcraft and takes a piece of your soul in exchange for disappearing the junk. There's all these extra terms and conditions written in invisible ink on her flyers. Look at them under a black light if you want to freak yourself out." "Huh," I said. I didn't really believe any of this. I assumed it was just coincidence that Sally had vanished, even though the junk man left me a little gift. It was a small found object sculpture of a deer, and attached to it was a card. "Thanks for your business, junk man." What a creeper. After Cardinal cleared away the tent, I thought that would be the end of things. But her yard was still full of all those found object animals. The most ostentatious, an eagle with discarded fan blades for the feathers of its lethal-looking metal wings, was poised as if about to swoop right onto my porch. I asked her when she was planning to get rid of them, but she said they exuded Sally's spirit, and anyway, she could decorate her yard how she wished. Well, I hadn't been planning to call the junk man, but the note had a number on the back, so I gave it a ring. Got the voicemail telling me to leave a message explaining what junk I'd like removed, and that the fee was merely a small sliver of your soul. Hilarious. I left a message about the artwork. It disappeared overnight. Whoa. Now granted, I still thought her being a witch was hokum, but her cleaning powers were impressive. And I mean, all I had to do was make a phone call. It was just so easy. I didn't mean to keep calling her, but I'd see stuff around town. 2 doors down, the elderly couple had these rusted, broken appliances outside their house that for some reason they'd never thrown out. Made the whole street look bad. The junk man took those away. A little further on, at the co-op, where I did my shopping, panhandlers were always sitting outside with signs, hurting the local business and harassing customers for money, probably to feed their drug habits. What are people like that but trash? I asked the junk man to clean them up. Oh, new ones came in to take their place, but I wished them away too. I got rid of graffiti, dog owners who didn't pick up their dog's shit, and even a gang of Kia-stealing teens terrorizing the neighborhood. One quick phone call and boom, no more stolen cars. Each time I'd receive another of those horrible found object sculptures, always with a note attached thanking me for my business. Everything was great until yesterday. See, yesterday, my neighbor Cardinal knocked on my door to confront me. In her hand was a small sculpture of a dog. It took me a moment to realize she picked it up off my front step, and that attached to it was the junk man's usual card. The junk man? Cardinal looked at me piercingly. You've been calling the junk man. Why does she leave Sally's sculptures for you as a calling card? Did you call her about Sally? Are you the reason Sally disappeared? I'm keeping this sculpture. Something to remember her, seeing as all the other art I had of hers out in my yard has gone missing, along with so many other things that, I guess, were junk to you. Now hang on. But she stormed off my porch, the dog sculpture in hand. Over her shoulder she shouted, "Whatever happens, you brought this on yourself." I rushed back inside and dialed the number. I had to, didn't I? She had the card. If she called first, if she called and told the junk man to take me. When I hung up, I sighed, my heart thumping and my chest tight. Empty. But it was her or me. I had to do it. Next morning, I was sitting on my porch when one of Cardinal's kids came bouncing out and off to the school bus as if everything were normal. Shit. I totally forgot about her children. But then, a few minutes later, I saw Cardinal herself. Her lips thinned when she noticed me, and she looked away and overtly ignored me, still pissed at me, and also still very much not disappeared. Why had the junk man not taken her away? I called, leaving several messages. Finally, on my 5th call, I was surprised when a raspy voice actually answered. I immediately demanded to know if my previous messages had been received. "Your messages were received," said the raspy voice. "So, what's going on? Did Cardinal call first and ask you to junk me?" "She has never called this number and never will," replied the raspy voice. "Okay, well, can I ask you why you didn't carry out my request?" "You have insufficient currency," said the voice matter-of-factly. Wait, but there's no charge," I exclaimed suddenly, indignant at new fees I was just now hearing about. But even as I said that, I remembered the phrase that I dismissed each time I heard it over the voicemail. And now the person on the other end was chuckling, and kept chuckling, deeper and deeper. It didn't sound like an old woman's voice at all. Didn't sound remotely human, as it explained. "There is a charge. Each transaction has a small cost. You have made a number of transactions, and now you have insufficient currency." The voice trailed off into peals of terrible, awful laughter, and I slammed the phone down. And now, here I am, wondering, how do I earn back my currency? Is there any way to reverse the charges? If each time the fee was a small sliver of your soul, what does that mean when she tells me I have insufficient currency? The warehouse I work at won't tell us what's in the containers. Now I know why. I needed a job as I could barely afford rent. I just walked out of a bar job mid-shift a few days before. My landlord mentioned he knew a place that was hiring. He was a strange guy to say the least, but he seemed sincere. So you can get me something that starts straight away, I asked. Yeah, they'll take you on pretty quick. They're always getting new people. You know how to drive a forklift though? Right, kid? He said. I didn't, but I was desperate. I thought, how hard can it be? Yeah, I can drive one. Is this a warehouse job then? Is it nearby? I asked. Yeah, it's not too far from us. I'll give them a call and let them know they've got some fresh meat. He waddled off and I went back into my apartment. Well, that was easy, I said out loud. I was pretty happy. I just got a job. I decided to celebrate and asked my friends if they wanted to go out to the bars tonight. The next day, my landlord knocked on my door at 5 a.m. I had only gotten home a couple hours prior. I opened the door in my underwear. Yeah, what's up? I muttered, my mouth still dehydrated, dry as desert sand. You start today, kid. Get dressed and head down there. Here's the address. I wrote it on a piece of paper, he commanded in a deadly serious tone. Before I had a chance to speak, he handed me the note and stormed off. He had scribbled the address on a torn piece of a dirty magazine. Didn't surprise me at all. I got dressed and grabbed the bus to the nearest stop to the address he gave me. It was in a shady part of town, a really shady part of town. I'd actually avoided going this way my entire time living here. First time for everything, I suppose. I came to the address and it was a warehouse. It looked old and abandoned. I banged on the door and, to my surprise, it opened swiftly. A tall, dark, handsome man in a designer suit stood before me. Charlie? Charlie, isn't it? Your friend has told us you can fill in the forklift position. You're right on time too. Come on in, son, the man said. Yeah, that's me. I followed him inside and saw the warehouse. It was awfully clean. Too clean. I could practically see my reflection in the floor. I could see multiple cleaners scrubbing various areas of the small warehouse. They were wearing full hazmat-looking suits. It looked like something out of Chernobyl. He guided me to the forklift and stared at me. Here you go, he said in a joyful manner. Do I not need to, sign any paperwork or anything? Don't I need a high vis or something too? I said with a shaky voice. I was terrible at faking anything. Nope, we trust you. You're all good to go, he said with a big grin. This forklift is kind of different to what I'm used to. Is there a manual or something? I said with a tremor in my voice. There was no way I could pull this off. Different? This is a standard model. I wonder what you're used to then. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I was so embarrassed and actually kinda scared too. Before I could spew any more BS, he grabbed a worker walking by. Dean, show Charlie here how we use the forklifts. He's not used to this model. The man, my new boss now, walked off in a hurry. Dean, my new co-worker, spent the next 30 minutes showing me how to use the forklift. He could tell I'd never touched one in my life, but didn't seem to care. Dean was an odd-looking guy. Straightforward and nice enough, but definitely a dark horse. His face was covered in scars. They looked like cat scratches. He was missing an ear and an eye, but didn't bother wearing an eye patch. His head was shaven, and he had a long red beard that hadn't seen a wash or trim in years. I was surprised how easily I took to the job. They had a few positions: drivers who unloaded the trucks, drivers who put away the containers, drivers who then took containers to the trucks that were leaving, and drivers who loaded the trucks that were leaving. To start me off, they put me on taking the containers from the unloaded trucks and putting the containers away. The containers were about 6 feet tall and 6 feet wide, like a really small elevator. They were thick iron, not like regular wooden crates. They had an opening door on them which looked heavily padlocked. As I was moving the containers in the forklift, well, just about doing so without crashing, I could hear rumbling and thudding inside the containers. Whatever was in there was moving. I saw the man from earlier walking around and waved at him to get his attention. He walked over and said, "How's it going, son?" "It's good, thanks. What the heck is in these containers? I'm worried I'm going to drop them if whatever's in there keeps rocking about. I hope I'm not breaking anything," I said to him. "Part of your paperless verbal contract is to respect our client's confidentiality. We don't open the containers. Each and every container has a unique barcode. We simply receive shipment, store the containers for a short amount of time, and ship them back out," he said in a stern yet friendly tone. "Oh, okay. All right then. About my contract, how much does this job pay? And what are my hours?" I asked nervously. "Your hours are 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. You will also be paid £333 a day at the end of each shift in cash," he said with that same grin. "Oh, okay, thanks. I'll get back to work now," I said to him. £333 a day? That's so much money. I'm going to be rich doing this job. What a weird amount though. And cash. Who pays in cash? 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. is going to be brutal though, I thought to myself. I had stopped paying attention to the container on my forklift, and as I tried to move it up higher to fit on the stack, my finger slipped and I pressed the wrong button by mistake. The prongs of the forklift shuddered and the container came crashing down. As part of the container burst open, I heard a quick, excruciating scream, and then nothing. The scream came from inside the container. The entire team stopped what they were doing and rushed over. The cleaners immediately began spraying and cleaning up the container like flies swarming a corpse. As I looked around, panicking like crazy, I looked back to the container. There was blood pooling by the now busted container door. A security guard grabbed me by my throat and pulled me out of the forklift. He shoved me to the ground and put a knee on my head, holding me down in place. The tall man in the designer suit rushed over to me and told the security guard everything was alright for now. "It's okay, son. Accidents happen. It's only your first day. How about we take a lunch break while the team sorts out this little accident?" "What the hell is in there?" I screamed. The rest of the warehouse looked at me like I just pulled out a grenade. "Now, what did I say about that, Charlie?" he said to me in a calm yet concerned tone. "I thought it was just weapons or something in there. That was blood. Why is there blood in there? Are those animals in there?" I cried. He didn't answer my questions. The security guard picked me up to my feet and escorted me to a break room. The room was small. It had a few chairs around a table in the middle of the room. There were some children's toys in the corner of the room. They looked out of place. I guess the boss brings his kid to work sometimes. We had a long talk. Well, I didn't really say anything. He told me how lucky I am to have this opportunity and that they are doing a good thing here. He preached about company values and client satisfaction. He said to me that he actually appreciated how interested I am in the work and that there may be another position within the organization I can fulfill. He said that actually, since my little accident, a slot's just been opened for a brand new, exciting opportunity. I'm in the break room now. He's gone, but says he'll be back soon and show me what the inside of the container's like, to put my mind at ease. I guess this new job isn't so bad after all. My landlord, Mr. Graves, is a great guy for getting me this job. I'll let you know how I get on.